Good evening and welcome to the St. Charles Parish Council meeting on Monday, October 17th, 2022 at 6 p.m. in the council chambers in Parish Courthouse. Please silence all electronic devices and remove all hats. This meeting is called to order with a prayer from Father Dominic Mixie Arcuri with the St. Charles Borromeo Catholic Church in Destrehan and a Pledge of Allegiance led by Little Red Church Festival Queens.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. Good and gracious God, we thank you for the many blessings that you bestow on us individually, as well as to our parish as a whole. Tonight, as we prepare to enter into the agenda of this meeting, we pray that you will open the eyes and ears not only of our heads, but of our hearts also, so that we might see the need around us in our parish, and that we might hear the cries of those in need of help. We ask that you give us clarity of vision so that all that we attempt to look at tonight and make decisions on will be decisions that are equitable to all of the people in our parish, that the resources and needs of our parish are adequately met. And we make this prayer in the name of your Son, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you, Father Mixie and Little Red Church Festival Queens. Thank you very much. Approval of minutes. A motion and a second is needed to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of October 3rd, 2022. I have a motion by Ms. Fonseca and a second by Ms. Belloc. Please cast your votes. And the vote passes unanimously with Councilman Bob Fisher and Councilwoman Julia Fisher-Cormier not present this evening. Special businesses, proclamations, canvass returns, etc. Item number 2022-0295, proclamation, 300th anniversary of St. Charles Borromeo Catholic Church. Ms. Gordon.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Proclamation. Whereas St. Charles Parish, formerly referred to as the German Coast, is the third oldest settlement in Louisiana after Natchitoches in New Orleans, older than the nation itself. And whereas 300 years ago, in that first German Coast settlement in 1722, St. John de Zalma's Catholic Church was established at Karlstein, site of the first German villages. And whereas in 1723, in the earliest census of the German coast by French officials, it reads, entry number 45, the chapel at the end of a yard surrounded by ditches and about 15 toises square. A house, a kitchen at the end of the yard, a garden, a cemetery covering all 1 arpent and a half. And whereas St. Charles Civil Parish has been intrinsically linked for centuries to its religious namesake, the ecclesiastical parish of St. Charles Red Church. And whereas tradition says that in 1740, St. John de Zalma's Catholic Church was relocated to the East Bank and referred to as St. Charles or Church of the Germans. And whereas in 1770, Louisiana Spanish Governor Luis de Yaganza gave land grants to establish churches and cemeteries on the German coast, one each in the ecclesiastical parish of St. Charles and St. John. And whereas in 1806, the original log church in Destrehan burned and was replaced by a wood frame church painted red, and thereafter referred to as the Little Red Church. And whereas St. Charles Little Red Church, now known as St. Charles Borromeo Catholic Church in Destrehan, remain on the Spanish land grant through the centuries, serving as the mother church for many mission chapels in the parish. And whereas St. Charles Borromeo Cemetery is the oldest German cemetery in the South, this Spanish land grants in the church and cemetery, along with their centuries-old neighbors, Destrehan Plantation and Ormond Plantation, remain in the St. Charles Parish's mile of history as symbols of our remarkable heritage. And whereas, on the occasion of the 300th anniversary of St. Charles Borromeo Church in Destrehan, we remain proud of the rich heritage and traditions and the continuous religious services the church has provided to the area residents. For 300 years, St. Charles Parish residents have been the beneficiaries of this rich heritage and these traditions. And whereas the year-long celebration begins with the Family Day Picnic on Sunday, November 6, 2022, with many events planned throughout the following 12 months, building up to the big celebration day, Saturday, November 4, 2023. Now, therefore, be it resolved, we, the members of the St. Charles Parish Council and the Parish President, do hereby proclaim, and let it be known throughout this great land, that the year 2023 shall be a year of celebration and jubilation, recognizing the 300th anniversary of St. Charles Borromeo Catholic Church. Be it further resolved, we, the members of the St. Charles Parish Council and the Parish President, do hereby proclaim Saturday, November 4, 2023, as St. Charles Borromeo Catholic Church Day in St. Charles Parish, and hereby invite all citizens to attend the celebration. We have Father Akiri here to accept, and the Little Red Church Queens as well.
On behalf of our church parish, we thank you very much for this recognition, this proclamation, and on behalf of the church parish, we pledge to continue to be just as closely woven into the fabric of St. Charles Civil Parish as we have been for the past 300 years, and we're looking forward to our partnership over the next 300 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father Mixey, and thank you, Ms. Gordon. Item number 2022-0296, proclamation, green light for Veterans Week. Ms. Belloc.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proclamation. Whereas the residents of St. Charles Parish have great respect, admiration, and the utmost gratitude for all men and women who have selflessly served our country and this community in the armed forces. And whereas the contributions and sacrifices of the men and women who serve in the armed forces have been vital in maintaining the freedoms and way of life enjoyed by our citizens, and whereas the St. Charles Parish seeks to honor these individuals who have paid the high price for freedom by placing themselves in harm's way for the good of all. And whereas veterans continue to serve our community in the American Legion, Veterans for Foreign Wars, religious groups, civil service, and by functioning as county veteran service officers in 29 states to help fellow former service members across more than $52 billion in federal health, disability, and compensation benefits each year. And whereas approximately 200,000 service members transition to civilian communities annually, and an estimated 20% increase of service members will transition to civilian life in the near future, and whereas studies indicate that 42 to 72% of service members experience high levels of stress during transition from military to civilian life. And whereas active military service members transitioning from military service are at a high risk for suicide during their first year after military service. And whereas the National Association of Counties encourages all counties, parishes, and boroughs to recognize Operation Greenlight for veterans. And whereas the St. Charles Parish appreciates the sacrifices of our United States military personnel and believes specific recognition should be granted. Now therefore be it resolved, we, the members of St. Charles Parish Council and the parish president, do hereby proclaim the week of November 7th through 13th, 2022 as Green Light for Veterans Week. In St. Charles Parish, a time to salute and honor the service and sacrifice of our men and women in uniform transitioning from active service. Be it further resolved, the St. Charles Parish Courthouse will be lit up in green the week of November 7th through the 13th, 2022, and the members of the St. Charles Parish Council and the parish president encourage all citizens to recognize the importance of honoring those who made immeasurable sacrifices to preserve freedom by displaying a green light in a window of their place of business or residence. That's it. And I'll be accepting it since I'm a veteran.
Thank you, Ms. Belloc, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Item number 2022-0291, Department of Finance. Mr. Dewsome.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Tonight we have to present the results of our 2021 audit, Ms. Amy Verbeen with CRI, and she is going to take it away from here.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening. My name is Amy Verbeen. I am an audit partner with Carr, Riggs & Ingram. We have performed the audit for St. Charles Parish for a few years, and as Grant mentioned, I'll be presenting some overview results of the 21 audit. Here we go. You can skip through the table of contents to the first page. It's a summary of the. I can skip through.
Do we have a packet? Do we have a packet?
Let's see.
Yeah.
Or I can just touch the button. There it goes. Let's see. There we go. Okay, it's a little small, but that's okay. The summary of the audit findings, the independent auditor's report expresses a clean opinion for the financial statements, which notes that they are presented fairly in all material respects. There were no compliance deficiencies noted during our audit of fiscal year 2021. The independent auditor's report on government auditing standards, I'll abbreviate that, also had no control or compliance findings, as well as our audit of the major federal programs. There were no control or compliance findings, and we did not issue a management letter. The two major programs that were tested were disaster grants, public assistance, and the Clean Water State Revolving Fund cluster. And just to point out that the parish has received the GFOA's Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for 25 consecutive years, which is pretty impressive. And the 2021 ACFR will be submitted for this award as well. Put that down. All right. We'll go through a few highlights again. Like I said, this is government-wide governmental net position. Not too much different from the year before, even with some effects from Ida. No significant changes this year in pension and OPEB, which is typically what causes some major fluctuations in some of these numbers. IDA funds and expenses for within 2021 were largely kind of offset each other. The money came in, went out. There'll be a lot more IDA revenue and expenses into 2022 as well. So not really significant changes. The net investment in capital assets is about $258 million. Restricted net assets, $53 million, and $45 million unrestricted net position. The proprietary funds, which are the waterworks system, the wastewater system, and solid waste system. Again, there was a slight decrease in the net investment in capital assets, really having to do with depreciation, and then a slight increase in the net position for the unrestricted net position, largely having to do with IDA funds that weren't necessarily restricted. This is the general fund balance. This general fund only fund balance went from $48.79 million down to $39.45 million. There was an increase in the assigned fund balance of about $5.4 million due to some insurance claims and amounts necessary in the current year. There was a significant decrease in the unassigned fund balance, about $15.5 million. That's where the bulk of it was. $7.6 million of that was IDA transfers from the general fund into other funds. So it decreased the general fund, but then you'll see in a second a lot of the other funds increased related to that. There's $3 million in increased in IDA expenses specifically in the general fund. And then there was just a decrease in various revenue accounts. Some investment earnings went down, some intergovernmental, as well as the effect of the prior year net loss. Then we move to the special revenue fund balance. At the bottom here, it notes that this encompasses basically all of the other funds: the road and drainage fund, recreation maintenance fund, buildings, flood protection, mosquito control, and several others. So they're all kind of lumped together here. This fund balance actually went up. Again, some of that was the transfers from the general fund into these specific funds. There was prior year net income in these, or increase in fund balance, not really net income, but increase in fund balance in quite a few of these funds. The transfer from general fund, the net effect, it was net of an effect. Obviously, there were significant IDA expenses in St. Charles Parish. So those are captured in a lot of these funds, specifically in road and drainage maintenance and operations fund. There was a slight decrease in the flood protection grants in 21 versus what was received in 2020, and a very slight decrease in capital outlay in 21 versus 2020. And some of that's just timing because some of the IDA stuff couldn't be done until 22. Again, I know this is kind of small as well. This is the governmental fund revenues. Not much. If you look at the blue bars to the far left, our general fund, it stayed about the same, and so did the, it's kind of a purple shorter bar towards the end. That's the recreation, maintenance, and operations. Those revenues stayed fairly stable, as well as the turquoise all the way to the right, the non-major governmental funds. The two that changed were the road and drainage maintenance and operations, which is the red bars there. It went up about $5.3 million in revenue. A lot of that was disaster relief. There was a small increase in ad valorem and sales tax revenues, net of a decrease in some COVID revenue that wasn't received in 21 that was received in 2020. And then flood protection, the green bars there, went, it decreased $4.2 million. Again, that was largely grants that were received specific for flood protection in 2020 versus 2021. Then we look at the expenditures for the various funds. Again, pretty much all of the funds remain fairly stable with expenditures except for the road and drainage maintenance operations. That's the red bars here. That went up, those expenditures went up 29.3 million. 23.5 of that was Ida. Debris removal, rentals, emergency fuel, things like that, that were necessary immediately after the storm in particular. There was also an increase specifically in public works for additional hours and fuel, again, to get the parish back up and running after Hurricane Ida. And there was actually a slight increase in capital outlay in this area for various roads and the West Bank Yard and things. Specifically looking at capital outlay in total for the parish went down just a bit from 18.3 million to 17.7 million. Nothing really unusual there, just necessary capital outlay. We didn't find anything unusual in the capital outlay expenditures. And then we look at debt for the parish. Again, most of these stayed fairly the same. There, I'll mention again, there weren't big swings the last few years. We had seen some fairly large swings in pension and OPEB liabilities, and that actually didn't happen this year. Those stayed pretty stable. There was a small increase in the claims and judgments. There was a bit added there as just additional IDA reserves. And then there was an increase in business type activities, which was just the net effect of the 2021 bond issuance and the related refunding. So, and then the principal and interest for the next 5 years and beyond are broken down at the bottom. And lastly, okay, well, that's okay. It won't go further. There's only one left. It's the sales and property tax trends. The property tax, if you have a copy, is the red line. It went from 33.4 million in 2020 to 35.9 million in 2021. And then the sales tax went from 35.6 million up to 39.2 million. Just some increases in the taxes, especially as things started to recover from COVID, but definitely moving the last few years in a positive direction for both of those taxes. So that's about it. If there's any questions. No?
Don't believe so.
Do want to say a special thanks to Grant and the finance department. They were really great. It's been a tough year or two, I know, with just trying to get through COVID and trying to get through Ida and then deal with us on top of it. And we're grateful for all of their help and attention. So,
Thank you, Ms. Favre.
thank you.
Thank you.
I have to turn this off.
Item number 2022-0292, Department of Public Works. Mr. Bingham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Council, for listening to me tonight. I'm waiting for this to get up on the screen. I'm Miles Bingham, the Public Works Director. And if I can get things, agenda, we're going to talk about Public Works, the organization, the pump stations, which are our major asset, how our road crews, heavy equipment crews, grass crews, QA department, engineering, MS4, and then some of the projects that were going on. So this is the Public Works organizational chart down to the tree where the main elements are. Thing here is we've got 222 positions in Public Works. We are currently staffed at 170, and we're missing, have open positions of about 52. So we're about staffed a little bit short. But this is the biggest department in the parish. And before I go on, I wanted to mention our support staff. You're not going to hear a lot about them. Our secretaries, our process managers, and so forth that work behind the scenes and keep all the frontline people working very hard. And I just wanted to mention them because they are important to our staff. So on our pump stations, on the East Bank, we have 24 total pump stations, 14 of those are on SCADA, which means we can operate them remotely. Those are all the ones above the red line, and we can pump 2.6 million gallons of water a minute with those stations. On the West Bank, we have 34 stations. 17 are on SCADA. Again, the ones above the red line are the ones that are on SCADA, and the West Bank can pump 3 million gallons per minute. So one thing we have is we have been reorganizing our staff in this area because we needed to better focus on what people were doing. So we've got 3 different groups. Our pump operations group, which is responsible for operating pump stations during storms and performing periodic operational checks to assure that they are ready to run when the time comes. The pump maintenance group, when the pump operations group finds an issue with a pump or an engine, they go ahead, they're the ones that go out and fix it. And I'll show some pictures on this. And then we have our operational technology group, which is our newest group, and they are the ones that take care of our SCADA system and make sure that we can operate everything remotely. And so these are our pump operations people. You can see that they've got checklists. They check everything from the bar screens to the engines to the pumps to make sure they're all operational. They also do cleanup work around around the thing. As you can see, the guy on the little Bobcat there cleaning debris away from the screens. Our pump station maintenance team, they're right there on the right. They're actually realigning a pump so that it runs smoothly, and that is at 80 ARPA pump station. And then our telemetry system, and this map here shows all of our pump stations in the area. On the right is the stations it's looking at, which is this one is on the East Bank, and then the next one shows the West Bank, and this is again 80 ARPA. And you can see the red pumps are the ones that are on. The red bars on the right there are the bar screens showing that they are also operating. And down at the bottom is any alarms that go off that we have to check. And we also have in this the ability to see how much rain we've had today and yesterday. On our road crews, these guys do a lot of work. Here they're working with the culvert truck. Then we also pick up trash that doesn't get picked up, so we're able to move our own trash. Ditch cleaning and reshaping. If you start on the left and go to the right, you can see how they cleaned up that ditch. They also do ditch cleaning, that in the dry and the wet, and they put it back in the shape you see on the right. They lay pipes in the ground for driveways and also for longer runs. They do asphalt repairs, both the taking out and doing, and trimming trees so that buses and trucks can get through where we have low tree branches. And we also do all the special events where we set up all the cones and everything. So this is important right here. Our 2022 work orders, we have 702 that have been put in. That is through the end of September. 374 of those ones put in 2022 are done. 328 remain. And if you look at the right there, that is work orders closed in 2022. That includes the ones from 2022, but also about 265 from previous years. Our heavy equipment crews. I think one of their biggest accomplishments this year was the Wetland Watchers underpass. That we did all of this work except for the concrete where we had a finishing group come in. And I think that's a big thing. We even did the pumps. Michael Drive culvert replacement. On the left, you can see that we had small pipes and a bad dip. And by the end of it, we had it looking like this. So we also did the Cathy Drive to Cottage Drive box culvert installation. This is a big box culvert that they put in. Made it look much nicer and easier to maintain. And then cleaning canals with our marsh buggy. On the left, you see what was there. On the right, you see the marsh buggy in the water. And on this one, you can see before cleaning, during the cleaning process, and after cleaning. So our grass cutting crews. They use several different types of machinery. You've got the long arms and the sidearms, and then in this one, you can actually see the Bobcat in the middle. And of course, we have our people that are on foot trimming around cables, trimming around, so forth. So on our QA department, these guys do a lot of work that people don't really see. They're the guys that go out in the field and investigate all of the council requests that come in to make sure that they understand what it means that the council person is asking for, and also to make sure that it is put in the work order system so that our crews can understand it. They also handle all of the requests that come from the public. So those are two big things, and they get it all into the system so that we can do that. They visit project sites, take pictures, and provide that to public information. They produce reports. They also, when bad weather is coming, the QAs assist with checking trouble spots to assure that everything is done right. And I got my pages out of order. They assist the foreman with entering data in Asset Works, assist superintendents in assigning work orders to foremen. They also substitute for the superintendents when the superintendents are out. So they serve a very important item in our staff. So our engineering staff, they've been very busy. First of all, our master drainage plan on the West Bank. We finished the Amos Cellars, Hanville 1 and Hanville 2 watersheds. We are working on Luling I-310, and Mimosa Willowdale watershed is in progress. We've created 2 projects in the Amos Cellars area, one in the Hanville 1 and one in the Hanville 2 out of that report. And there's more to come. On the East Bank, we finished the Mons Norco, New Sarpy, and Ormond watersheds. St. Rose, Diane Place, Bar None, Turtle Pond, and Almedia watersheds are in progress. And we've had 3 projects come out of the Munce report, which 2 of them are the major pump stations, 3 projects from the Norco report, 2 projects from the New Sarpy report, and 8 projects from the Ormond report. This gives you a pretty good idea of how much work we've got going on. In drainage alone, we have 43 projects. In roadways, we have 16. And you'll notice there are a group of 8 that are on hold. Those are usually projects that come after another project in the system. So engineering, what do they do? Other than the projects that we have, they also review permits and subdivision plans and commercial developments, and they work on engineering projects from other departments such as wastewater and general government buildings and recreation. We help them out when they need it. We approve driveway and subsurface permits, manage and track environmental permits, review and approve traffic and drainage impact analysis, assess sewer impact fees, and perform field engineering services as needed. Then we also have our MS4 environmental, and they keep the parish clean. On the left, you see a spill that happened. They go out, they put out their booms, they collect the spilled material out, whether it's dirt or water, and they clean up our environment. So our project's under construction. The Ama Pump Station is unfortunately the only one we have going on at this time, but we plan to have more. Completed projects. We're very proud of our new West Bank Yard building, which houses our drainage and West Bank Yard personnel. We also finished the Spillway Road, and you can see before the repairs what it looked like and after. So we're very proud of that project because it created that link that we need. Fifth Street Drainage Project, you can see the construction and the pictures on the left and the finished product on the right. And the Zalman bulkhead, this was an emergency repair, and it got pretty badly beat up during Ida, and this is what it looks like today. So again, another really good project for us. So our asphalt pavement management task order number 1, there was 15 projects done, Ash Street being the example there, and 4th and 2nd Street are the examples there, and there were 18 projects in our second task order. So upcoming projects, the hydraulic bottleneck will bid tomorrow. We're hoping for a very good bid on that. Lakewood Drive rehabilitation will be let on December 7th, 2022 by the DOTD, and the LA 52, which is Paul Mallard, that will be let probably in February of 2023. So this is our Public Works motto. We are the storm warriors. When others go inside to escape the storm, we run outside to protect the parish. Does anyone have any questions?
Ms. Cluley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank you and your department for what they did after the storm, getting us back up and running, nonstop, basically. And I know it was hard. A lot of people had lost their own homes and trying to find a place to stay. But I appreciate the hard work that you and your employees do.
Thank you. We appreciate that. I've got a lot of very good people that work very hard, and I'm proud of them as well.
Thank you, Mr. Bingham.
Thank you.
Item number 2022, I'm sorry. Ms. Gordon.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bingham, the projects for, the upcoming projects for Hornville, do you know the area that's being designed?
Okay, so Hanville, let me make sure. Hanville 1, we have the King and Han Street project that's being done. In Hanville 2, it's the Bamboo Street project.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Item 2022-293, Department of Wastewater, Mr. DeGeneres.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks, Madam Chair, Council, for having me. I think the last time I was here about a year and a half ago. So we'll get right to it. The wastewater department is responsible for everything. Once you flush it, it goes to the front of your house. We take it and convey it to our 3 treatment plants, one of our 3 treatment plants, and then discharge it back into the environment. So that's about this area that we handle. We have several goals, but our number one is really public health. We want to prevent any wastewater spills. So if they do happen occasionally, we're going to get out there as fast as we can, clean it up and sanitize the area to prevent any public health issues. We just finished the sewer master plan. We had phase 1 and 2 was complete. Phase 3 is going to be more of the project part of it. 4 major projects came out of the study. One you already know about. We started the conceptual plans for the 3127 oxidation pond. The West Bank is really at its maximum output right now. So it would stop really any new development here on the West Bank. So by adding this extra oxidation pond in, we'll be able to allow more growth on the West Bank. We have a transfer station in New Sharpie. We have 2 major force mains on the east side of the East Bank and 2 on the west side. We have a problem conveying water to the treatment plant from months in New Sharpie because one force main is overwhelmed. So we're going to transfer it into one of the other force mains and direct that to the treatment plant. So that's adding a transfer station there. That would allow for some development in months in the New Sharpie area. And then we have a force main in St. Rose, same thing. We have only one force main there to move the sewer to the plant. We really need to add another one to handle any development along Airline Highway because we have a lot of spills because during a rain event, it overwhelms. So this will help improve drainage or sewer on the St. Rose side. We're starting to do video and pipelining our lines. We have an old collection system. The worst is probably the Lulen area, so we're going to start there first. We've been videoing lines really for the last month. We'll probably start smoke testing at the end of the month, early November, and we'll start lining those lines. They're old terracotta lines. We're getting a lot of groundwater infiltration in there. So we're treating about 30% more wastewater through groundwater, through I&I that we're having now. So we're hoping to reduce that. So we have a little bit more storage capacity in our treatment system. Destrehan plant, this is one of our 3 plants. This one took a big hit during Ida. The aeration basins were totally, the mechanical part of it was totally destroyed. We did get it back up and running. It's not back to its original state. Our plan was to go ahead and apply for some water sector funds along with the FEMA funds and actually do an improvement project here. So we could reduce maintenance in the long term. The plants are they're at their useful life of age. They're right at 23 years old. They were forecast for a 20-year life expectancy. So there's a lot of maintenance and a lot of improvements that are going to have to be made probably over the next 5 years on all the plants. Hahnville plant, same thing. There's some improvements that are going to be needed in the future on that. So you probably see my 5-year forecast. We're probably going to be budgeting, if we have the money grant, hopefully $1 to $2 million for each plant probably over the next 5 years, because it's probably going to be about a $10 million project for each plant to bring them back up to snuff. Here's the Lulen Oxidation Pond. This is a project that we're currently doing now. The grassy area there is actually the bottom of a 7-acre pond that we recently dredged, and there's a liner around the outside. So this will help improve the plant capacity here at the Lulen Pond. So these are some aerial photos that we took while we were in construction. Certifications. We are required to have all of our operators certified through LDH. This shows how many currently hold license. We're working to get everybody licensed as quick as possible. One of the things that I'm worried about is the employment's been tough. We're only 6 positions down now in wastewater, but it's becoming harder and harder to find people to fill those positions. So I'm encouraging my guys to cross-train both in treatment and collection, and hopefully I can promote from within to move those guys up so we have protection and certified operators to treat our wastewater in the near future. These are some projects to look ahead toward. So the Lulen Pond, we're about 85% complete with that project. We start in pipelining very soon. We have the East Bank Lift Station Rehab. That's in design right now. That's 3 lift stations on the East Bank that need to be upgraded or replaced because of the age. They're all old dry pit stations that are turned into wet pit stations because they're deteriorating. We have the St. Rose Force Main that I talked about earlier. Kindler Lift Station's actually on the agenda tonight to move forward with design on that one. And you can see the other projects that we have slated here in the next couple years. And with that, if y'all have any questions on wastewater.
Ms. Belloc.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you have an estimated date of start? I saw you said 60% for the design for the force main. Is that right?
We have one St. Rose. There's one, hopefully we could get the design complete by the end of the year and probably get it out to bid, probably March of next year would be earliest. That's just one. There's 2 force mains in St. Rose that need to be done. That's a small one. The other one is a major one that we would have to go ahead and select an engineer and start that project, but that could probably be about a year and a half.
Yeah, my prayer and my hope is that, we kind of hurry up and push that because like you said, when it rains.
We've been pretty good lately. I think that some of the improvements that they made about a year and a half ago have helped dramatically. I know there's still issues there, but we have pushed through a lot of those, and we've seen some success over in that area.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeGeneres.
You bet.
Item number 2022-0294, Parish President reports and remark, and the Parish President will not be reporting tonight. Ordinance introduced for publication, public hearing. Tuesday, November 1st, 2022, 9 a.m. Thursday, November 3rd, 2022, 1 p.m. And Monday, November 7th, 2022, 6 p.m., Council Chambers, Courthouse, Hahnville. Item 2022-0166, an ordinance to approve and adopt the appropriation of funds for the St. Charles Parish Consolidated Operating and Capital Budget for fiscal year 2023. Ordinances, resolutions introduced for publication, public hearing, Monday, November 7th, 2022, 6 p.m., Council Chambers, Courthouse, Hahnville. and there are no items for the regular agenda and supplemental. Planning and zoning petitions. An ordinance to amend the St. Charles Parish zoning ordinance of 1981 to change the zoning classification from C2, C3, and R1A to M2, heavy manufacturing and industrial on the entirety of squares 3, 6, 7, 9, and 10, Destrehan Park subdivision, approximately 23 acres, as shown on the map by Acadiana Land Surveying, LLC, dated August 1st, 2022, as requested by the Bunge Chevron AG Renewables, LLC. Mr. Albert.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As you stated, the applicant is requesting M2 zoning for the purpose of oilseed refining. The department recommended approval, as did the Planning Commission. There's several aspects to this application and process. I won't go into it for the moment, but if there's any questions, I'll be happy to help.
Okay, there is a revised version of the proposed ordinance on page 1 of your supplemental. These revisions are the recommendations of Planning and Zoning Department and Planning and Zoning Commission. A motion and a second is needed to accept the revised version of the proposed ordinance. Have a motion by Councilman Fonseca and a second by Councilman Cluley. Any council discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes to accept the revised version. And that passes unanimously. File number 2022-0289 is now open for public hearing. If there's anyone who would like to come up and speak regarding this item, please do so now. Please state your name and address for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak. This is for the revised version. Yes, could you explain it first, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Kyle Greer, 240 Ocala Drive, Hammond, Louisiana. I'm representing Bunge tonight, facility manager for the export operation here in Destrehan. I'm going to go through this presentation for you tonight. This was a presentation that we want to present to the council members, clear up misconceptions, paint a clear picture for the need to rezone a Bunge-owned land, and as well as further explain the proposed project at Bunge and Destrehan. Before I get into that, I would also like to add that I have several speakers that are here with me tonight. They will be able to speak on their respective expertise. I'll ask them to come speak on a couple of slides within the presentation as well. As you all know, this has drawn a lot of attention tonight, and we do have a lot of people here that have come in support, and I would like to take the opportunity just to acknowledge those that have come in support by asking them to stand. Thank you. As you're all aware, this is a large investment that Bunge is considering in St. Charles Parish. At Bunge and Destrehan, it's a $775 million investment with the proposed projects that we're going to talk about. Comes with an addition of 30 new jobs to an already existing 145 jobs that are currently employed at our site. Construction, it comes with 150 plus construction jobs during the construction phase of the project. And again, this scale of investment, being a large investment that it is, will benefit other businesses within the parish. It'll trickle down to other businesses, other industry, with additional revenue and additional jobs as well to support this size of investment. There are three aspects to the project that we're going to talk about throughout the presentation. It's a new oilseed processing facility, same as we do today on an existing site. That's the expansion of the new oilseed processing facility that produces vegetable oil and meal. Also, new barge unloading capability. This will supply the feedstock, the seed that goes into the plant to be processed. And also, a vegetable oil pretreatment facility. There's been discussions around the pretreatment facility and the joint venture, which I'll get into and explain further, as far as is it refining and around refining. We can consider it refining, but it's actually a pretreatment process. It's not like petrochem refining, different process that we utilize. And again, we'll explain that further. The slide that you see right here, this is a current picture, just an overview of the current site today. The grain terminal, which is up front by River Road, that's what everybody sees when you drive down River Road. That has the associated ship dock, ship berth with it. That was built in 1961. Attached to the grain elevator to the north is the soy processing facility. That was built in 1967. And obviously this is less obvious as you don't see it from River Road. It doesn't draw the attention like it does with the grain site. And we actually figured out and observed through our community outreach that some of the people nearest to the plant were unaware that we even had a processing facility on site. But again, this is something that's been done for well over 50 years. And the expansion is just an expansion of that process. Clearing up some misconceptions. Today we want to clear up the misconceptions that we've talked about around biofuel production. Again, we're not producing biofuel, renewable fuel on site. It's vegetable oil extraction. The joint venture, there's a joint venture that Bunge entered in with Chevron. And this is a joint venture that Chevron got in with Bunge for the oil from the extraction process that will be used at their facilities for the renewable fuels, renewable diesel, renewable jet fuel, that kind of thing. And again, the veg oil that goes through the pretreatment step is filtration and clarification. It is a much, much less intense process where we just simply pull impurities from that oil to further refine it, if you will, but it's not like petrochem refining. It's just filtration and clarification. Dust control measures. This is obviously a topic that is, revolves around the grain site, and things that we're doing to further mitigate and control dust at the facility. With the new barge unloader, the new barge unloader will be fully enclosed, and this is metal sheeting, metal cladding that encompasses the whole unloader. When barges go into the unloader, it's all fully enclosed. The unloader's enclosed to contain any fugitive dust in the process. Stays within that building there. Water curtain sprinkler system. We utilize one today. The new system, the new unloader, will utilize the same technology, although it will be newer. Again, best available control technologies. It'll all be fully automated water curtain system that'll line the entire perimeter of the barge unloader. It'll be fully automated system that is controlled by the PLC, which is in our control room. The operators have control of, and they'll have full control of that with the new system. And then retrofitting existing equipment. We also are retrofitting our existing unloader. On the upstream end of our existing unloader, we're extending the enclosure further upriver to further enclose the operation as to match the new proposed layout. And this is all stuff that'll go on simultaneously. And then also retrofitting the sprinkler system that we have currently installed on the unloader today. The new sprinkler system will go on the old unloader. So we're retrofitting the existing sprinkler system to this new modern, again, best available control technology. We talk about improvements and these measures that I've mentioned here, and it's been brought up about doing these types of things. We don't just do this because of the project. This is stuff that we do on an annual basis. The plant takes annual shutdowns. We do maintenance to the site to improve the site, not only for ourselves, for our employees, but also the community that we operate in. Also, I want to make a clarification. This past Thursday, it was brought up about any DEQ violations. And I'd like to clarify that from Thursday night. First, there was a settlement for dust violations spanning the years 2013 to 2016. And a lot of the issues revolved around that settlement were around dust from the ship dock. And that was when Bunge entered in to build the new ship dock in 2015. It was a 2-year build. The new ship dock came online in 2017, and we have not had a DEQ violation since 2017. But I wanted to clarify that about what was brought up the other night. Noise. That's been a concern for residents about the new process is noise. Obviously, engineer design. That is things that the engineer team does in designing the facility, utilizing, again, best available controls technology, but also layout of the facility. There's things that they can do as far as placing of equipment, whether it be fans, blowers, that kind of thing, to be more on the, if you look up there, to be more on the east side of the facility, which would be further away from the neighborhood, to mitigate and control any nuisance noise. But, we don't get any noise complaints today. We don't consider the process or anybody we've really met with to consider it a nuisance to the neighbors. But again, these are all things that we've taken into consideration in the design of the facility with their concerns in mind. Talks about silencers on specific equipment. There's silencers that they can put on, exhaust, vents, that kind of thing. That'll be incorporated, again, in the new design, and that's also stuff that we do, again, as annual maintenance to maintain the facility. Hexane. Hexane is the chemical that is used in the solvent extraction process, and that is how the oil is extracted from the soybean through the use of hexane. It is on site today. That is the same process that we utilize at the existing facility. It is utilizing hexane extraction. And again, been doing that since 1967. It is extensively used across the world. We're going to talk about some other Bunge sites in this presentation. Utilize the same process of hexane extraction. Some may consider it frightening, but it's actually a quite simple process and very safe process. And we'll talk about that. Following stringent guidelines, we are governed by EPA standards, and that is standards that we must comply with and follow to be in operation. And those are strict guidelines that we must establish, that are established for us to follow. And as well with the industry standards, we have a few slides that we'll speak on for that as well. This is a slide showing the current state of the facility as it relates to facility major operations. Major operations are broken into two classifications, and that is the hexane extraction and then concrete silos. So if you look at the top of the screen, the 110 feet, that is existing hexane extraction process building and its distance to Jonathan Street. Again, the plant that's been there since '67 has been within 110 feet of Jonathan Street. And there's an industry standard that calls for a 100-foot buffer between the major operation and nearest public right-of-way, thoroughfare, street, that kind of thing. And 350 feet is the nearest distance to the nearest resident. Now, I say that is actually a Bunge-owned property today, but prior to Bunge owning that property, there was a resident there that lived there for decades and lived that close to the facility and 350 feet. The 110 feet at the bottom, that's depicting the distance from existing major operation revolving around concrete silos and storage. And again, that industry standard calls for 100-foot buffer from those operations to the nearest R1A zone, or be it public right-of-way, and that's 110 feet today. And again, that is a Bunge-owned property today, but before, in the past, they were all much closer in the neighborhood there. This is the proposed new oilseed processing plant layout, just an overview of what the site will look like I'm gonna get into kind of the details of the layout of the plant and show that the distance to the homes with the proposed layout exceeds safe industry standards. So highlighted in blue at the top, those are considered accessory operations. Again, we have accessory major operations, which I identified: the hexane extraction, the concrete silos and storage, and then up front, the office, maintenance buildings, storage buildings, that kind of thing. But accessory operations, what is that? That's stormwater retention basin. Stormwater basin there collects all the stormwater from the site into the collection retention pond. A river water treatment building. So we draw water from the Mississippi, pull it into the plant, and use it in some of the processes within the plant, and that water has to be treated before it can go into the plant to be used. Has to be treated to remove impurities, remove sand, mud, that kind of thing. Clean the water up before it goes into the plant to be used. A wastewater treatment building, that's where all of the wastewater from the site goes there and gets treated before it leaves the site. Firewater tanks and pumps in the top right there. This is fire protection system for the new facility. We have a fixed deluge system, which is a fully automated system that protects the plant. Existing plant has it. The new plant will have a more modern system that is, again, it's a fully automated system. It's a deluge system that would flood the area with water should there be any kind of malfunction or fire or something like that. Also like to point out the annual reviews with the local fire department. This is something that we do on an annual basis. We work with the Norco area volunteer fire department, East St. Charles volunteer fire department, St. Rose volunteer fire department. They all come out to the site. They do annual reviews, walk the site. They get copies of our emergency action plan to review so that they're familiar with the site. They understand the layout, the processes, the equipment. If there is a need for their support, they know where to go, where to hook up, what to do, how our plant runs and operates, right? So that is something that, again, we do on an annual basis. We just did our annual review probably 6-8 weeks ago. There was approximately 40 volunteers from the 3 sites that came out and did that tour with us on site. Up front is the office maintenance storage buildings. This has been another area of concern that's been brought up in the laydown yard that sits out in front of our main office building. That laydown yard was utilized from 2015 to 2017 during the construction of the new ship dock. And it has been asked time and time again, when will that laydown yard go away? It will go away after the completion of this project. There'll be, again, those are some new buildings there that are depicted that'll go up to support the additional plant as far as maintenance buildings, storage buildings, offices, that kind of thing. It'll all be nice, aesthetically pleasing to the parish, aesthetically pleasing to the road, community, with additional parking up front. This is a slide depicting future state of zoning and its relation to R1A. If you look at the shaded in yellow, those are Bunge-owned properties that are zoned R1A. And again, those yellow blocks will remain R1A. If you look at the purple shaded, that is the proposed rezone for R1A to the M2. The distances up there are depicting the distances from, again, major operations, hexane extraction, concrete silos. So in the middle there, the 475, that is the distance from the extraction process to the nearest R1A zone. That block that is depicted there is a non-Bunge owned property, is currently a vacant lot, but that is the distance that will be from the process. And again, if you can see that 100 in red, That is the buffer that is required based upon safe industry standards, and we're going to get into more discussions around that. The 675, that is the showing the distance from hexane extraction to the nearest resident. I don't know what happened. The 675 is showing the distance from, again, hexane extraction to the nearest resident that is in the R1A zone. And that would be depicting the closest resident to the operation that currently lives there today, 675 feet. Down more towards the bottom, the red, that is a proposed rezone that we have applied for rezoning from R1A to C3. And the 220 there is depicting the distance from those concrete silos, which we'll talk more about, but the meal storage concrete silos to the nearest R1A or resident. And that's 220 feet. You'll see in the application, we've requested 200. 200 is simply double that of safe industry standard that is requested. And again, that's in red there with the 100 feet, if you can see it. And again, this is all showing that the distances to the home exceeds safe industry standards. Right now, we have Evan Erskine. Evan Erskine works for Woods Engineering. He is going to speak on the safe industry standards around hexane extraction and also the concrete silos. Evan has over 30 years of industry experience in the chemical processing.
Good evening. Evan Erskine, 117 Eastview Circle, Simpsonville, South Carolina. So they've asked me to come and talk about the safety, health, and environmental codes and standards and how this project addresses them. So there's two major areas of the project as far as safety codes and standards go. That is the hexane, which I'll address first. So the major code for hexane safety design is the National Fire Protection Association Code, NFPA 36. NFPA 36 is a specific code to this standard, so it's developed specifically for solvent extraction of edible oils, such as this project. So in NFPA 36, in section 7.2.6, you can see what it says. The hexane extraction process shall be at least 100 feet from any public way, building, or any property line that could be built on, again, to try to protect the public. So NFPA 36 is where we get the 100 feet safety standard. There is a general standard on the right-hand side, NFPA 30. NFPA 30 is a general code. It is gases and liquids that are combustible and flammable. So they're kind of everything that is flammable from a process standpoint. In that code, section 1.5.3, it says installations made in accordance with applicable requirements of the following standards, of which NFPA 36 is one. It is the 9th one there. They shall be deemed to be in compliance with NFPA 30. This is important in that St. Charles Parish zoning ordinances do refer to NFPA 30. From an environmental standpoint, the hexane falls under the 40 CFR 63. That's the NESHOP. It was updated in 2020. It establishes the hexane loss limits for this type of facility. It requires maximum achievable technologies, and again, it was last reviewed in 2020. So environmental codes are a little bit different than design codes in that you have to meet them to operate. You don't really design anything to it. You have to meet them to operate. The second major safety issue with this plant would be dust, right? So they're talking through the nearest process that would create dust from the seed, so that's the silos. That falls under NFPA 61, which is also a specific code to this type of process, and it also requires a 100-foot distance from any roadway, building, or property that could be built on. The project itself proposes a distance of 220 feet. The applicable environmental standard is the NAAQS. It was updated in 2020. It sets the limits to ensure public safety. It requires the best available control technology that Kyle talked about. And the new process will have the best available control technology. There will be upgrades to the existing equipment. And the overall result will be that the dust concentration at the plant boundary, at its site limits, will be less than they are today. Any questions about any of the codes or standards from a safety or environmental standpoint? Thank you.
This is just a slide here depicting, again, a visual showing the distances that Evan spoke to from major proposed operations. Again, the red bubble in the middle is hexane extraction, depicting the 475 to the nearest R1A zone, and then an actual, the blue ring showing an actual 675 feet of buffer to the nearest resident on that R1A zone. Again, the lower one there in red are the concrete silos, depicting the 100-foot industry requirement buffer, and the 220 in yellow, the distance that we'll have to the nearest R1A zone or resident. This is a slide showing, it's a 3D rendering. It provides a better visual representation of what the site will look like. This was a picture depiction that we used throughout our community outreach, talking to the neighbors, showing them a better visual of what the site would look like. And again, illustrating the distances from the major operation with the 475 to the nearest R1A zone, and the 675 to the nearest resident, and the 220 to the nearest resident from the concrete silos. Again, just giving a better visual of what the site would look like. The next three slides are going to be slides of Bunge facilities, soy processing plants, again, utilizing the same process that we are using here in Destrehan with hexane extraction. This is Delphus, Ohio, just showing the plant in close proximity to highly populated residential areas. Emporia, Kansas, again, other manufacturing, other businesses, other industry, again, all in close proximity to residential areas. Decatur, Indiana, same thing. Other industry, other businesses, and residents with close proximity to the facility, and the same process that we do here. This is a slide depicting the buffer. Again, this has been brought up, talking with the residents in the community about separation between the industrial site and the community, and some type of buffer. It has been brought up about trees. It's been brought up about a fence, a wall even. These are all things that we are 100 fully committed to doing. Will be a buffer of trees, as well as fence and/or wall type of buffer, something that is going to be nice, aesthetically pleasing to the neighborhood, and provide a nice buffer from industrial operations and the community. And I understand that this is just showing trees, but again, this is stuff that we are fully committed to and making this a nice separation for the community. So now, again, I'm going to hand the presentation off to Andy St. Romain with Jones Walker to speak to the criteria for the rezone and also the land use report.
Andy St. Romain, the Jones Walker Law Firm, 445 North Boulevard, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Madam Chair, council members, good evening. As was mentioned, Bunge's requesting a zoning change affecting squares 3, 6, 7, 9, and 10 of Destrehan Park subdivision in Destrehan, Louisiana. It includes approximately 23 acres. The current zoning for the property is R1A, C2, and C3. The requested zoning is M2 heavy manufacturing and industry for purposes of oilseed processing. Bunge's zoning request received a favorable recommendation by unanimous vote of the Planning Commission on October 13th. Bunge now requests the approval of the Parish Council. And as Mr. Albert mentioned and Mr. Greer has also referenced, there are a couple of other requests unrelated to this particular one under consideration tonight, but still being requested. One is for a modification of the buffer under M2 zoning to 200 feet based on industry standards, and also a rezoning of lots along Modoc Street to C3. As you know, there are 3 guidelines to consider for this rezoning request, and the applicant should provide factual proof that it meets at least 2 of the 3. Bunge believes it satisfies all 3 guidelines. Guideline number 1 is that the proposed rezoning conforms to the land development pattern established by the St. Charles Parish Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map and does not create a spot zoning that is incompatible with the surrounding neighborhood. Now, keep in mind that the comprehensive plan and the future land use map is a guide to be used for zoning considerations. I also point out that the future land use designation of the property for the 2011 future land use map is rural residential and low density residential. That map is over 10 years old. The trend in this area is clearly moving away from residential use. This zoning request conforms to the current pattern. The comprehensive plan is being updated because the parish acknowledges, and this is taken from the 2022 plan, shifts in classification of existing land uses. It's recognizing it. And as you are aware, the 2022 comprehensive plan and the future land use map was released for public comment last week. It's still only a draft. It's still subject to the public comment, but it proposes changes that are very relevant to Bunge's request. The exact boundaries are somewhat hard to identify, but the 2022 future land use map clearly expands the heavy industrial area and entirely removes the residential use in the vicinity of Bunge. The 2022 plan notes that the update process involved extensive input from the parish leaders, stakeholders, and residents, beginning as far back as February of 2021. A lot of work went into it. Based on the contents of the 2022 plan, the committee considers the future plan for the use of Bunge's property to be industrial, not residential. So the comprehensive plan proposes uses consistent with heavy industrial with an industrial buffer area. Now that's very similar to what Bunge's zoning application intends to do. And I also point out that if the council is considering this request only in the context of the 2011 map, the 2011 map can be amended. There's precedent for that in St. Charles Parish. In fact, a 2013 zoning change with map amendment was specifically mentioned in the staff report to the Planning Commission for this request. With the 2022 land use plan having been released for public comment, and given the expanded heavy industrial area and removal of residential areas, perhaps there's no need for an amendment at all, and instead rely on the 2022 map. The other factor of this particular guideline is spot zoning. There is no spot zoning. This particular request involves multiple lots comprising approximately 23 acres. It's next to an existing Bunge facility. I'll also point you to page 59 of the 2011 plan, where it says that at that time, there was vastly more zone capacity for residential use than was needed in the parish. It estimates as many as 10,000 acres of vacant land with residential zoning. It further estimates that that acreage could accommodate almost 10 times the number of homes projected to be needed by the parish by 2030. So Bunge should be considered to satisfy guideline number 1 because the requested zoning does conform to the development pattern, and it doesn't result in spot zoning. Guideline number 2 is that the land use pattern or character has changed to the extent that the existing zoning no longer allows reasonable use of the applicant's property, and the proposed zoning does. The report by staff that was presented to the Planning Commission noted that the use of this property has changed, and staff indicated that Bunge's request met guideline number 2. It further noted that residential zoning may no longer allow reasonable use of the property. It also made a note that no new home construction permits had been issued in this particular area since 2011. That was also in the staff report. Bunge meets guideline number 2. Guideline number 3. Guideline number 3 is that the potential uses permitted by the proposed rezoning will not be incompatible with existing neighborhood character, nor will they overburden public facilities and infrastructure. Note the reference to existing character. As I mentioned, staff's comment to guideline number 2 was that the character may have changed to the extent that a residential zoning no longer allows reasonable use. The 22 plan agrees. It's the most recent expression of the Comprehensive Plan Committee, and it expands heavy industrial in this area and removes the residential area designation altogether. Additionally, as I mentioned before, Bunge operates a facility on an adjacent tract. I also want to point out that 92.5% of the lots between Jonathan Street and Lorraine Street are owned by the applicant. Regarding the burden on public facilities, staff states, representatives for parish utilities have indicated that M2 uses at this location would not overburden public infrastructure. You've also heard during the presentation of the facility's stormwater detention and firewater system. Now, while it's not part of this request, I want to briefly address the buffer for M2, which is also something that you've heard in the presentation. The zoning ordinance notes that major operations under M2 call for a buffer of 2,000 feet from the nearest R, C1, or C2 district, or it says a lesser distance if clearly dictated safe by industry standards and approved by the ZBA. As I mentioned last week, 2,000 feet is almost half a mile. Several facilities in St. Charles Parish probably don't have a 2,000-foot buffer. And that might be the intent, that the parish wants applicants to discuss a lesser distance with the parish. And that's what Bunge's doing with the ZBA. You heard Mr. Erskine explain why a lesser distance is appropriate. Bunge's requesting a buffer modification of 2,000 feet. Mr. Erskine says that's twice what's required, the required distance under the applicable industry standards. And as staff noted in its report, that Bunge can meet criteria number 3 if a buffer is approved. But it also indicated that lower intensity M2 uses would be permissible regardless of whether there was a buffer modification. Bunge can use the property for lower intensity M2 uses regardless of whether a buffer modification is approved. So Bunge meets guideline number 3. The proposed zoning, it's not incompatible with the existing neighborhood character, and it doesn't overburden public facilities and infrastructure. So to conclude as to the guidelines, there is factual proof to support Bunge's request, the requested zoning change. And it's Bunge's position that it meets all 3 guidelines. Now, in addition to the 3 guidelines, the zoning ordinance provides 2 approval criteria. Bunge believes it satisfies these criteria. The approval criteria number 1 is that the proposed map amendment is in compliance or is not in conflict with the goals and recommendations of St. Charles Parish Comprehensive Plan and future land use map. As I mentioned, this request is not in conflict with the comprehensive plan or the future land use map. There has been substantial change since the 2011 comprehensive plan. The request complies with the goals and recommendations of the 2022 comprehensive plan. The 2022 future land use map shows this property as a heavy industrial area with an industrial buffer. Again, that's very similar to this zoning request. And to the extent that there's questions about the proximity of the heavy industrial area, Bunge will address those during the public comment for the current comprehensive plan. Approval criteria number 2 is that the proposed map amendment does not negatively impact the health, safety, and welfare of the community. Now, in addition to Mr. Green's comments, Bunge included an industry expert, Mr. Evan Erskine. He provided analysis on safety and health standards, including the National Fire Protection Association. He indicated that NFPA 36 is satisfied, which means by default, as he indicated, that NFPA 30 is also satisfied. Mr. Erskine mentioned that an acceptable distance requirement is 100 feet, and we've indicated that Bunge's buffer request associated with this buffer modification request is 200 feet, which is twice the acceptable amount. Bunge also stresses safety. This facility will have the newest equipment and technology, as you've already heard. Now, during this process of requesting a zoning change, Bunge reached out to the residents in the area to discuss the project and listen to their input. Bunge also invested in the community, which Mr. Greer will explain further, and he will explain the relationship that Bunge has had with the community. This facility will add good-paying jobs with salaries above the parish average. Keep in mind that both the 2011 and the 22 comprehensive plan note that the vital role that heavy industry plays in the parish's economy, and both plans specifically include Bunge in the list of key companies and employers in the parish. So in addition to the 3 guidelines, Bunge's zoning request, I contend, satisfies the 2 approval criteria. And this request comes with the unanimous approval of the Planning Commission. Bunge respectfully requests the approval of the Parish Council. I thank you for your attention. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Just a few more slides.
Okay.
It's just a slide here depicting some of the community involvement that we've had. We just wanted to highlight. I know through some of our discussions with in the community, it's been not very well known as far as what Bunge has done for community outreach. And Bunge has done a lot for community outreach, actually. Albert Cameron Middle School, that is a school that we support financially on an annual basis. We're actually business partners in education with that middle school there. There's 2 business partners in education. It's Energy and Bunge, and we're involved in that. And that is something that we've been involved in for many, many years, supporting that school and helping with the education of the students at Albert Cameron. And that is a school that is just literally 2 miles down the road from our facility in St. Rose. United Way, United Way, Norco Area Volunteer Fire Department, East St. Charles Fire Department, American Red Cross. These are all people that we support and acknowledged, especially following Hurricane Ida, and the things that they did to support the parish, to support the people, to get the parish back up on its feet through helping the residents, helping the community rebuild. We made financial donations to those entities there following Hurricane Ida to support the efforts that they were doing. Toys for Tots, that is a program that we do on an annual basis, plant ride, that we get plant ride support with, and making the donations with the toys to the Marine Corps program there to support the less fortunate during Christmas. Boy Scouts of America, that is something that Bungie has recently done and supported with the Southeast Louisiana Council. We made a financial support to the members of the Boy Scouts that were unable to pay for, whether it be uniforms, activities, that kind of thing within the Boy Scouts, to support that. That's something that we're a part of. The St. Charles Parish Community Center, that is something that Bungie has done on an annual basis for many, many years. The Need to Feed, the springtime event with food donations that we've done, the school supply drive, again, a fundraiser that we run plant-wide to raise supplies for kids in the parish for education, and then the Thanksgiving food drive. We all, again, plant-wide make donations to support the feed that goes on during Thanksgiving. Bungie and St. Charles Parish, we're privileged to be in the parish and have the industry that we have. Plays a vital role for not only Louisiana, but global markets around the world, with food, feed, and energy that are all channeled through St. Charles Parish and in the industry that it supports. Again, making it a pivotal contributor to feeding the world with food and energy. This project here, again, for the parish, it will show the dedication to providing well-paying jobs, providing green energy, and also to continue to make St. Charles Parish a thriving community. In closing, again, the additional jobs that will come from this project is 30-plus new jobs with benefits, great benefits through Bungie, with 401k, health care. Talks about the average of $80,000 annually for the jobs, hourly, salary jobs, which is 40% higher than the state average. And again, the indirect jobs that come from an investment of this size, from other businesses, other industry within the parish that go to support this size of investment. Again, as you all are aware, we went before the Planning and Zoning on Thursday, presented this presentation. We feel that we were able to clearly portray the project, clear up a lot of questions, misconceptions, and ultimately received their approval for the recommendation. Bungie is committed to safety. It's something that we talk about every single day at Bungie. We start our day off with safety and a toolbox talk. We end our day with safety, with people going home safe. And again, we're committed to having safe facilities, not only for its employees, but also for the communities that we operate. Again, lastly, this is a facility that we have currently operating today that's been operating since 1967. For 55 years, this process has been going on at Bungie and Destrehan, and we feel that we can safely operate with the expansion of the new facility in the community. But thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. Now that we have concluded with the presentation for Bungie, we're going to open public hearing, file number 2022-0289. If there's anyone who would like to come up and speak regarding this item, please do so now. Please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Patrick Russell, 2219 Lakeshore Drive, New Orleans. Full disclosure, I spoke in front of the zoning commission last Thursday, and I had prepared some notes. But after sitting here, I wanted to go a little bit off script, and I was sitting here thinking when the gentleman from your public works things, and I'm sitting there thinking of all the projects going on in St. Charles Parish, and I'm thinking, why? How can that be? You know, everything going on here, Orleans Parish, they can't get potholes filled. Parishes in North Louisiana, dirt poor. And then I realized what the difference is the Mississippi River. So the Mississippi River, as we know, is the lifeline of the U.S. economy. So if the amount of commerce that goes between Myrtle Grove and Baton Rouge, deep water ports, and I'm thinking the amount of commerce, inbound cargo going to the steel mills in Pittsburgh, fertilizer going to the farmers in the Midwest, those agri-products and those finished goods coming back down the river. And then, St. Charles Parish is in the sweet spot of all that commerce. The U.S. commerce, and this location is the sweet spot for all that activity. And what I mean by that is you're either going to touch it on the inbound, touch it on the outbound, or have it flow through right outside the doors here. So it was just kind of it was just something that struck me as we sat here. And then I also realized that projects like this allow projects like that to continue. So I would be very much in favor of this proposal. On a personal basis, we're a service provider. Bunge is one of our customers. And Bunge, I can tell you from experiences, is loyal to the locals. What do I mean by that? Well, our competition comes from around the world. England, Switzerland, France, for the services that we provide. But these guys stick with us, the local guys, when they could go to somebody else and take the jobs away from the local guys. And all that money that might end up in England, France, Switzerland stays right here. We're a living testament to that. We have other vendors that have the same story they could tell. So I just wanted to mention that it's something on a very personal basis.
Your time is up, sir. Would you like an additional 3 minutes?
Could I just make one more minute? Just. Is it okay?
We need to vote to extend it for 1 more minute.
We okay?
We have to vote on it. All those in favor? Do I have a motion? I have a motion by Ms. Cluley and a second by Ms. Gordon to extend an additional 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. It's not going to be 3 minutes, it'll be 1 minute, but this.
We still have to vote.
Sorry.
It's procedural stuff.
And that passes unanimously. You may proceed.
We're good to go. All right, thank you. So, the other, just 2 more comments and 1 minute more. This kind of, I mentioned at the hearing on Thursday that this kind of checks all the boxes. Renewable energy, jobs that'll be here for 50 years, and then food and feed to feed other parts of the world that don't have the agriculture in the Midwest that we're lucky enough to have. So that was 1 more comment. And then lastly, knowing what we've seen and experienced in this global market, because we're exposed to it, is projects like this will get built. And if it's not built here, it could be built in another state, or it also could be built in another country. So I would say Embrace your industry here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russell.
Sandra Johnston. I live at 111 Lorraine Street, Destrehan. I don't have a problem with them expanding or any of this other stuff. They've got a bunch of their little employees here that's going to say how great they are. They get paid for breathing in that grain dust. I don't. They get paid for the grain dust that gets on their cars. I don't. I have grain dust that covers my house, covers my trees. We don't get paid for that. I can't sell my house because nobody's going to buy in there. The police even call our neighborhood the Dust Bowl. They went to put it on a police report when one of the neighbors called the police for something. Put it down as Dust Bowl Road. And that's sad. It might sound funny, but it's sad. They're not going to buy me out because I'm on the opposite side of Lorraine Street. So I'm stuck there because no one's going to come by in there. If they want to expand, buy us out. That's all we're asking. Don't leave us stuck there. Or promise like they promised before they were going to have LSU come out there and plant trees. Hasn't happened. The grain dust is worse than it ever was. My car is covered all the time. I'm claustrophobic. I can't go through a car wash. I have to wait to get somebody to go through a car wash with my car for me. Buy us out. That's all we're asking. You want to expand? It's good for the community? Fine. It's not good for us. We're stuck there. None of their employees live in our neighborhood. If it's so great, why aren't they living there? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Am I allowed to give y'all a copy or something? I was with your best. Okay, my name is Jeff Grayson. I live at 205 Lorraine Street. What you have in front of you is the standard for M3 heavier manufacturing. This is straight off St. Charles Parish website codes and ordinances. It's the building, y'all's codes for heavy manufacturing M3, which is strictly for grain elevators and associated milling operations, which is going to be the plant they're trying to put in rezoning for. Next page on the special provisions, it states that they must maintain a 1 mile buffer zone between M3 residential and commercial areas. On the next page, non-conforming uses states, basically as of this ordinance, they can still operate. They are just in non-compliance, and no expansion can be made in any way, shape, or form. This is from y'all's parish website. Now, Mr. Kyle Greer just got up here and stated in his presentation, and he was quoting, and he forgot to mention what he was quoting. He said it was safe to put this within 100 feet of an occupied R1 zone. Now, if he gets up here and states that he's quoting NFPA 36 7.2.6, I have factual proof right here that that is not true. I also have proof, one of their representatives, Mr. Michael Tate here, stood up in front of the ZBA August 18th and stated that NFPA 36726 states it was safe to put this within 100 feet of a residential area. That is in the video. And I also have proof that he's entered it, their attorneys entered it in writing, and I actually have that too, where they're stating it's safe to put this 100 feet from a residential area. I have this straight from NFPA, and yeah, I had to pay my money to get it. And their expert sitting right here, he quotes it correctly every time. Bungie is the only one that misquotes this. So I would like y'all right now to ask Mr. Kyle Greer, what industry standard is he stating that says that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grayson.
Cynthia Patera, 12646 River Road, Destrehan. Also a property owner on Garden and on Amelia. This coming February, my family has been there 101 years. We were there first. We were lied to that Mr. Relimpio said it was a Winn-Dixie shopping center coming up. So we were lied to from the very beginning. The other night, I asked Mr. Albert here, why is it being put on M2 property? Because it should be on M3. And he says, because they came in as a refinery. I'd like to ask him this now. Did you or any of your employees talk to Bungie to tell them, to put it on an M2 property? Well, I'll answer it for you. Okay, Morningstein told me they met with Bungie because M3 is too strict with a 1 mile buffer zone. It was done that way to protect us, not for anybody to come and hurt us. We're not hurting Bungie, they're hurting us. And another thing that came up was about the fire department. When Bungie blew up, our fire department could not handle this. It went into high flames for over 24 hours. We had no electricity for days and days because it kept on smoldering. Every time it smoldered, we had another explosion. We lost everything in our refrigerators, our freezer. My daddy had 3 businesses there. Lost everything there, no paychecks. We were never compensated. We had broken windows. I mean, they can't. Our parish cannot handle these fires. And don't tell me it's not going to happen again, because it may. Is the parish attorney here? Because I do have one more question. When Bungie filled out an application, they put down there they had their whole buffer zone. That's not true. Is that perjury? Lying on an application and planning and zoning to get your way? Okay. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. Thank you all. My name is Russell Sadley. I live at 1004 Lily Street, Laplace, but I do own a property at 221 Lorraine Street with my ex-wife. Unfortunately, she couldn't come tonight because she can't handle the bull crap that's going on. Excuse me, but that's just the way it is. She's at home crying on her bed. Okay, I just want to talk about first, again, thank you all the ones who answer my calls. There were several of you I reached out to. I did receive callbacks, and I want to let y'all know that I do appreciate that. This M2 versus M3, and I understand and respect that it's because of business. But as I'm reading here, part of this says the application is based on oilseed refining. And I want to know, on an M2, and it may not happen now, it could be 10 days after all of us are retired and don't do anything, can a refinery be built on that to produce biofuels with it changing to M2? And that's the question about that. The next thing is housing. Mr. Greer, I want to address you on August 18th was the last time that I spoke to you. You clearly told me that my house wouldn't be affected on the west side of the street. You have never knocked on 221 Lorraine Street and spoken to me. We've only only spoke on the phone. You've never spoke to Connie. So that there is an inconsistent truth right there. He has not ever spoke to us. Again, I'm asking for fairness, and that's all. The house that I'm talking about is mine and hers. It went through extensive damage through Ida. $220,000 worth of damage, maxed out my insurance, and I now have a loan on a house that was paid for because I couldn't afford, the insurance just wasn't there for it. I never saw Bungie at all for that. But that brings me to another matter. I went and got a copy of an act of cash sale. As was stated Thursday, it's all public record, that we can find anything we want. I asked this council, would y'all sell your houses for $10? Okay, because I know I'm not. And it clearly states here that it was declared a price of $10. Cash in hand, paid, and other valuable considerations. I spoke to 3 real estate agents. They won't come to my house because they can't meet your consideration. What's a consideration? Tell us what you're paying for those houses across the street. I can't sell my house. Blake Murray, who is their agent, we were told to contact him. There was some communication saying that the council, the administration, had spoken to Bungie saying they were going to make an offer.
Mr. Satterley?
Yeah.
Your time has expired.
May I please have some more time?
I have a motion by Mr. Dufresne and a second by Ms. Gordon. Please cast your votes. And that motion passes. You have an additional 3.
Thank you very much. So now I have 3 I can't sell my property. Mr. Blake Miller, we went to him, and we were told, yes, they made us an offer that was ridiculously low. Consider what I'm going to give you next. And so we countered. He didn't come back to us. We called again, and he says, no, Bungie's not buying any side of the West Lorraine Street at all. So who's inconsistent here? Did the administration go to them? Are they telling me not the truth? Or is Bungie telling me not the truth? Something transpired because Mr. Miller even spoke to me about it. We were offered a certain amount of money. Now, as I just showed you the cash for $10 here, the last true sale that went through on Lorraine Street was back in December 21st, 2021, and it was sold for $275,000. It had been remodeled, of course. That's what it happened. My house was remodeled too after the hurricane. But the price they offer me is below this. And I think we can find out exactly what these houses are going for. Again, as the lady said before, I'm not against it. I moved to St. Charles Parish because of that. Okay, my children grew up here, they went to the schools. Okay, one has stayed in Destrehan and one has left. Okay, but we just need to be fair and accurate. Okay, as I mentioned this Thursday too, we all said the Pledge of Allegiance. Liberty and justice for all. Okay, and as Father Mickey said, asking God for help. I'm asking for help. Table this until we can get all the facts and figures to help these little 70 people who are still stuck in land that won't help. Because Mr. Miller even said, if you don't take their offer, you'll never get somebody to buy that house. And I believe that. Okay, and thank you. That's all I have to say right now.
Thank you, Mr. Satterley.
Good evening, Council. My name is Hartson Harmon, and I work for the Cooper Group of Companies, 1240 Patterson Drive, New Orleans, Louisiana. Because of companies like Bungie, we're able to employ over 1,000 men and women. Not only would this expansion create 30 more jobs for Bungie, it would create many more jobs for companies like us who operate and work in St. Charles Parish. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Harmon.
Evening, Council. My name is Andrew Weiss. I live at 260 Bigner Road, Mandeville, Louisiana. I am in favor of the proposal for several reasons, and I hope y'all are too. I've worked for Bunge for 5 years now. I've been on site in day-to-day plant operations in Destrehan for Bunge now for about a year and a half. And Bunge's done nothing but great things for me, giving me opportunities to succeed, and provided a great wage to provide for my family and take care of them. And I know they'll do that for all the new jobs that'll be created from this proposed project. They've been a great company to work for, and I couldn't ask for a better employer. Secondly, here, I've grown up on farms. I've worked in agricultural plants for the last 9 years through the Midwest, through the North, and the South, obviously. And I can tell you Bunge is second to none when it comes to the safety aspect of things. They put their front foot forward for all their employees, community, customers, to make sure everyone is safe in their day-to-day operations. I have a 10-month-old daughter at home. I have a wife that means the world to me, and I wouldn't go to work every single day and work in these plant conditions in these facilities if I didn't feel like it was safe or there was a doubt in my mind that I wouldn't go home to them in the same condition I went. So, and lastly here, as Mr. Pat said earlier, the river is, the amount of commerce in the river is amazing. I'm from Ohio originally. I've lived in South Louisiana now for about a year and a half, and it amazes me what y'all have here, especially in St. Charles Parish. It's a pleasure to be a part of it. It's something that's overlooked is really kind of the grain and oilseeds aspect of it. 60% of the U.S. exports for grain and oilseeds leave through the ports of South Louisiana and the Mississippi River. And this is a proposal and a project that's putting St. Charles a foot ahead to meet the new global demands and the continued growing demands of the world with the increasing population and the constant changes. So those are my reasons for supporting this proposal. I hope you all consider this too for Bunge and for the good of St. Charles Parish. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss.
Good evening, Council. My name's Kevin LeGraze with Southport Agencies, address 6723 Louis XIV, New Orleans, Louisiana. So I'm going to touch on a lot of the topics here that we've already heard tonight. We're running a service company, a local service company. I don't have 1,000 employees like some of the other companies here. We have less than 50, but because of Bunge, we're able to provide good jobs, good careers to our employees. And I'm sure there's a lot of companies just like mine who would say the same thing, able to provide good careers for employees. I can speak a little bit on the character of Bunge as an organization through my direct workings with some of the people in this room and outside of this room. Bunge holds our organization to very high standards when it comes to safety and compliance and regulatory guidelines. I don't see that Bunge is going to approach this job any differently. I'm in support of this expansion, and I believe Bunge is a good economic partner for the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. LaGrange.
Wendy Grayson, 205 Lorraine Street, Destrehan, Louisiana. First of all, I want to thank you for all your consideration and your time and your effort into all these projects. You do a great job, and we hope you continue to do a great job. Take everyone's comments into consideration, take them to heart, and make the right decisions. First of all, you have in front of you, Mr. Kyle Greer said that there was a case that was done, and it went from 2013 to 2017. There is only one copy in front of you, sorry. It was quite extensive. And it was to do with grain dust, which we still have. And he says that there was no other one, but I gave you that one too. And that one was dated for 2019. That is one copy as well. Now, the area Bungie is asking to be rezoned should be zoned industrial buffer as suggested by the 2030 Comprehensive Land Use Map. Rezoning will not be compatible with, in any way, with our neighborhood. We're already feeling the stress and all of the additional roadway, everything that's going on is tripled. Safety, you have that one in front of you. The latest and greatest of the grain explosion. At the bottom, it states that the fire chief states the cause that the malfunction is a computerized processing system, which caused processed grain product to overheat. Are they going to update this? That was in 2020. Do they have something for 2022 that's better than that? We'd like to hear about it. Also, Mr. Kyle Greer stated that their non-compliance of the buffer, Appendix A, Section 5, was a mere technicality. So your rules and your regulations that you uphold, he calls a technicality. And as the gentleman before me, well, two gentlemen before me, stated that they talked to Mr. Blake Murray about for sale homes, buying out the east side. I too was told.
Ms. Grayson, your time has expired.
2 minutes.
I have a motion by Mr. Dufresne, a second by Ms. Cluley. Please cast your votes. The motion has passed.
I too was told that if you don't take their offer, you will never be able to get out. This is ridiculous. And what they're offering you, the interest rates, everything, you can't, the dust is all over everything. You see in front of you that they have had dust problems from 2013 to present. It is not going away. They keep saying they're going to plant trees. Well, they were supposed to plant trees before. They're not there now. What makes you think they're going to be there after? They make promises, promises, promises. They promise to you. They don't do it. Their land, they don't even survey their land. I have to go and take pictures of what their land looks like and report that they get it under control. Trash dumping, all kinds of safety hazards. And their safety hazards are in front of you as well. OSHA, EPA, not only just the Destrehan facility, but all of their facilities. And there is another one where South Sioux City residents were still displaced after 2 weeks from a grain elevator exploding. It took them 2 weeks. And this grain elevator, it was not grain, it was not Bungie, but They had a neighborhood in close vicinity, and they had to evacuate for 2 weeks. That company did not put them up anywhere in a home. They had to go to an evacuation center with none of their belongings. We have learned from the explosion before. Do we want to go back or do we want to go forward? Your rules say 2,000. I say we stick with 2,000. That feels safe to me, even though they don't have 2,000 at all. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Grayson.
Hello, my name is James Hill, 114 Camellia Court, Luling, Louisiana, Lakewood. So, good evening, y'all. Number one, I'm a disabled veteran, right? So, thank you for your service. So, the green light is what I'm looking forward to November. So, Veterans Day is coming up. But I'm the operations manager at Bungie Destrehan. And I came to Bungie Destrehan in 2009 when I stepped away from the military, disabled veteran. And the comfort of peace I found at Destrehan was almost that same camaraderie, that same work atmosphere I had in the military. But I went to Bungie Destrehan as a laborer, started on a broom and shovel. I got 2 college degrees, but I'm a humbled individual, and I knew Bungie Destrehan from my uncle, who's a 44-year employee at Bungie Destrehan. So I looked for a career, not a job. Bungie has provided it to me and my family. So I started on the broom and shovel, and I worked my way to the top. And I've been at this facility now 13 years. The growth and opportunity that Bungie Destrehan has provided to me and my family has been shared throughout this community. I grew up in Paradise, Old Spanish Trail, Hills Lane. My family still lives there. I understand that the community is concerned about the dust and the other factors that the neighbors were speaking on. But what Destrehan brings, what Bungie Destrehan brings, is that growth to these employees, to the personnel, to myself, to my family. And this expansion will continue to do that to provide opportunities for the community, for the personnel to continue to move forward, that someone may walk in my footsteps. Because there is no limit to your potential except what you put upon yourself. And I'm a testament to that. To walk in at an entry-level job and now be in top management or upper management, that was all because of the opportunities I was provided at Bungie Destrehan. That's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
I'm Beverly Jung. I live at 201 Milling Avenue, Luling. I'm on the West Bank, across the river. And I have spoken to several people, some of you, about the dust situation. I don't know where the buffer is. I don't know what they're talking about when they say a buffer, because there is no buffer where I live. You have the Mississippi River. So I don't know how that's going to be a buffer to the dust. The way I look at this is, and I'm proud that these men like their jobs, and they value the company that they work for. I like that. I don't have a problem with Bungie, except for the magic word. And that magic word is dust. And listen, at this time of the year with the north wind, you can't even go outside. Don't even attempt to go outside. I walk a dog. The first dog I walked was gray, so we didn't have a problem with dust on her. One I have now is black. This dog is full of dust when I walk her. This can't go on. It's bad where I am. I feel sorry for the people that live over there. I don't understand how Bungie allowed this to go on, and now they want to fix it. It sort of reminds me of Washington, D.C. There's a problem there, so let us fix it. We created the problem. These people didn't create the problem. I didn't create the problem, yet I have health issues because of the dust. So that is the magic word. We have two different things going on here. They're talking how great Bungie is, and I'm sure it's a good company. I'm quite sure it is. But we're talking about health hazards here. We're talking about dust. You can't have health hazards and worry about the money that they're going to bring in. You just can't do that. You have to be concerned about the people that you represent. And I would appreciate that. And I know that you do. I know that. Y'all are all hardworking people. But so are we. I'm retired. But that doesn't mean that I don't do anything but sit on the couch and eat bonbons all day long. I have other things to do also. But there's times I can't get out to do it because the dust is so bad. You can't go sit out on your porch and try to relax unless you wash it off first. It's bad. It really is very, very bad. I would appreciate if you could do something about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. John.
Erickson Ayestas, 104 Lorraine Street, Destrehan, Louisiana. So one of the issues that we have in the neighborhood, pretty much everybody knows, is dust. Okay, I got 4 kids, and if I leave a bicycle outside overnight, the next day it's going to be full of dust, and the next day it's going to turn black. That's what happened with anything that you leave outside your house. Your flowers don't grow, your vegetables don't grow, and I mean, pretty much, if you go around the neighborhood, you're not going to see the small plants, nice plants, because you can't, because the dust kills them all. Okay? Well, one of the questions I have is why they don't expand to the west side, to the east side or to the south side, where you're away from the neighborhood? Or why don't we bring this somewhere else? I understand that we need jobs in our parish. I understand there's a lot of taxes to collect when they do that. There's work opportunities. For 30 jobs, you're sacrificing 40, 70 people, families that have been there forever. I'm one of the new ones in the neighborhood. They saying there hasn't been any growth in the neighborhood, but I bought my house in 2018. I remodeled it. I put a lot of money into it. I know at the end of Lorraine Street, there was another house that was sold, and it was remodeled, new family in there. He says 2011 was the last permit for a house. We just had a house built at the end of Gordon Street, brand new home. It's a small house, but it's a brand new home. So this is fake data, false information, and they're not playing fair when they're saying these things. I don't know if they don't have their own research real good, but they can drive by Gordon Street. They can see all the way at the end of Gordon, next to the railroad track. You're going to see the brand new home. In addition, there have been some other houses they've been sold within a month. People are buying them and remodeling. So there's been progress in the neighborhood. It's not abandoned. The lots that they own, of course, since 2011, they're not going to have anything because they belong to them. Nobody's going to do nothing with that. Okay? So we're there. We're not against the progress, but it needs to be done the right way. I would say they need to manage what they have on hands right now so they can move forward. But right now we're all afraid. This is all we have here. We're all afraid that what's come is going to be worse than what we have right now. And we pretty much are used to the dust. One of the mistakes I made when I bought that house was open the attic for ventilation.
Sir, your time has expired.
Can I have 2 more minutes? There's going to be one.
I have a motion by Nikki Dufresne
I'm
and a
sorry.
second by Ms. Bella. Okay, please cast your votes. The motion has passed.
So one of the things I did when I bought my house was to open the attic because it had no ventilation. I was having problems with my furnace. I didn't know what the big problem was with open ventilation in the attic. Now I got those all over my house. But like I said, I agreed to that. I agreed to live to what we have right now. We don't want to see it worse. There's no guarantee that it's going to be better. They should have worked this long time ago, and they haven't. Okay? As far as being a community partner, we just went through a lot of damage in our neighborhood. If I'm not mistaken, 80% of our light posts were down, trees were down. From 150 employees that they have, we still haven't seen anybody on the neighborhood. I don't even think they know how many kids are in the neighborhood, how many families are in the neighborhood. I'm pretty sure they have count of houses because that's what they want to deal with it right now. But there's not community work. Donating people, writing that check doesn't make you a community person or a community company. Work with us, and we will work with you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Robert Marshall. I'm the Safety Director for Bungie North America, or for Bungie. I just wanted to speak a little bit. I'm from Wildwood, Missouri. You need the address, 1735 Timber Ridge Estates Drive. Just wanted to address a couple of things that were said this evening. Number one, I did walk the neighborhood a couple of times, didn't talk to a lot of folks, but I know that Kyle Greer and Kurt Olau, who are with us tonight, had spent a lot of time out on the streets talking to folks. Some of the things we've heard tonight are a little different than what we had heard from the complaints before, and we tried to address all those, and I think Mr. Greer did a great job addressing everything we had heard up until this point. That's one thing. With regard to the hurricane damage, remember, all of our folks live in the area here that work at this plant. Kyle's home was blocked in before he could get to the plant, had to clear trees from his home. I know many of our employees had homes that were destroyed also. So we spent a lot of time in the neighborhoods, maybe not necessarily right around the plant, but in the neighborhoods around the southern Louisiana part that was wiped out pretty much by Hurricane Ida. So I think, you know, when you talk about being a good neighbor, sometimes it's those neighbors that are closer to our homes that we're spending our times with. And just wanted to point that out, that I know Kyle might not say that here, but wanted to say that to y'all. Thanks for your time. The other part here is, you know, just like your public works and your wastewater folks talked about, you know, they're upgrading facilities. They talked about a 20-year life. Some of the references here have been made to an explosion that occurred in Bungie 50 years ago, or over 50 years ago. The NFPA codes that Mr. Erskine referenced are updated every 3 years. So that's at least 15 cycles of updates. And that's the new technology that we'll be applying in this expansion that we're doing. Secondly, with regard to that, there were some questions about fire protection last time, and I just wanted to address that, you know, that we talk about fire protection. It is the National Fire Protection Association that we're talking about. Fires only occur after all of our other layers of protection have failed. And we design with the right materials of construction. We maintain the facilities properly. You heard some of our employees testify. We wouldn't put anybody at risk. We wouldn't put them at risk because we want them to go home to their families. We wouldn't put our communities at risk. We have full authority by anybody in our facilities to stop work at any time they're operating, if there's any danger to themselves or to someone else. We also train our employees that it's no longer good enough for them to say, I wouldn't send my employee in to do something I wouldn't do. We want them to not send their employees in to do something their child wouldn't do, right? That's what we tell Mr. Greer and the folks that run our facility. So safety is at the top of our list. We've got a global safety policy. It's out there signed by our CEO. We expect to live up to that. Our Ethics and Compliance Department follows up on that, and we make sure that we follow up on safety all the time. And with regard to that, just thanks for your time, effort, and thanks for your attention today.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall.
My name is Tony Offner. I live at 457 Longview. I still own property between the grain elevators. We've been there for over 100 years. I lived there my whole life until the hurricane. When the hurricane came, I lost everything and I ran. I wanted to live like everybody else, especially like y'all live. You have an opportunity to go outside, sit outside, barbecue. We couldn't do all of that. But anyway, mostly I wanted to run away from the noise, the dust, the smells, the roaches, the huge rats, and the snakes that followed them. I had cancer, and I don't know where the cancer came from. It could have been because I live in such a dirty place. There's nothing but dust, and it's just gross. You cannot keep it out of your homes. I spent 15 months after the surgery trying to heal because this place is so freaking dirty. There's no way to keep it out. I have sealed my windows. That didn't keep it out. Okay, Bungie has never done anything for me. I've never asked them to do it, but they never tried to even offer to do it. They never came and talked to me about what they were planning on doing either. My biggest problem is nobody stands up for us. Nobody will look at the laws. The law says you have to have a 1 mile buffer zone. They are not in compliance because they do not have this 1 mile buffer zone. They've had 41 years to get it in place. Instead, they come running to you and say, please break the law. Not bend it, break it. Where everybody else has to go by the law. Why don't they do it? They could buy it out. They could have bought this years ago. It took 41 years. They still haven't done it. They don't ever intend to do it. They're going to just keep running to you every time they want something. And I tell you right now, if this fails, Bungie will still be there. They are going nowhere. These people's jobs will still be there. All these people crying about, I have a business. It's not going to change. Everything's going to stay exactly as it is. And we're going to continue to suffer. It's not fair. We're asking y'all to represent us. That's why we voted y'all in, to take the law and run with it. Say that, you follow the law. You make all these little people follow the law. Make business do it too, especially those that make billions of dollars a year. Let's see. And I did know there was a soybean plant back there. We were quite aware of all that's going on here. We know what we have to live with. We're asking you, please stand up and do what's right for us. Represent the little guy and stop worrying about the big major money. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ross Frederick, 310 Hector Avenue, Metairie, Louisiana. I've been very blessed with how Bungie has treated me, but that's not what I'm here to talk to you about. Grew up on a family farm, 2,000-acre farm. We farm 1,000 acres of soybeans. Our current crush plant crushes right now it crushes about 4 square miles a day. So what my family produces, they can crush that in about 9 hours. So we can crush 4 square miles a day, about 1,400 square miles in a year. And with respect to that, St. Charles Parish is about 411 square miles. So essentially 3.5 times more. So with respect to my family, I would just like to push for consideration for this as well to help grow and keep our farm families alive. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Dennis Quijano, 423 Oakley Lane. I'm a former employee of Bungie. I'm here to ask the council to support this project. It's good for the employee, the parish, and the state of Louisiana. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, Dane Wise, 19 Shadow Lane, Ormond. I'm also the Vice President of Operations of Knott's. We supply all the shifting service and fleet service to Bungie. They've been around since before I was born. My company's been around for 67 years also. Very loyal people. I've never met a bad person there. The guy behind Mikhail's a great guy. I don't think he would lie to anybody purposely or hurt anybody. We're about industry. That's what our parish is about. I feel sorry for some of the people, but that's why we have the money we have, the parish. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Ryan Hayes, 210 North Bend Lane, Muntz, Louisiana. I'm in support of Bungie, and I'm just happy that they are willing to invest in our parish for the future. And thank y'all, and hopefully y'all consider it.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Council. Michelle Bublitz. I'm Bungie's Environmental Director, and I live at 2936 Trapper Trail in Wentzville, Missouri. So I just wanted to address a couple of things. When Kyle mentioned that we hadn't had a dust violation at the facility since 2016, that is accurate. The 2019 document that you see was a settlement for the 2013 to 2016 issues that were identified, so it wasn't a separate issue. It was just a final resolution of those issues between Bungie and the state of Louisiana DEQ. I also want to mention, just talking about the new facility that we're discussing, it will have to go through environmental permitting with the state of Louisiana for both air and wastewater. Air in particular is a complex permitting process. We're required to identify all our sources. We have to verify that we're going to have best available control technology for pollution control on both for dust and for hexane emissions. And that permit has to be approved by Louisiana DEQ before Bungie is able to even construct or operate the location. And then once we have that construction permit, the operation will be required to operate under what we call a Title V operating permit. And that's what the two facilities currently operate under. And we're required to do monitoring and record keeping and reporting to verify our compliance with those requirements. So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who would like to come up and speak?
Jean O'Quinn, 210 Almond Oaks, Pedestrian, Louisiana. The first thing I want to say is that previous administrations have approved projects and subdivisions without getting proper drainage, which has impacted other things. And just because previous administration approved projects that have been to the detriment of people that were already living there doesn't mean that we should have to live with it. And as far as Bungie being a good neighbor, I don't think they were. I mean, they brag how they, they're good friends, supporters of the school in St. Rose. They do that because they were forced to do that. They don't talk about all the poor black kids that suffered, that was in Pecan Grove, that was the school next door. Now, I went to school with some of these kids in high school, and they told me how so many days they couldn't even go outside because the dust was so bad. Promises. You have all these gentlemen come here making you all these promises about all these equipment they're putting in. Those promises mean nothing. What happened to the promises they made about extending the dock, that there'd be less dust? There is more dust. They talk about they're going to put up a fence. They're going to put up a 20-foot fence. You talk about trees. Do they have a tree that's going to grow quick? All the trees I know, they don't make any difference till 10 or 20 years. What's going to happen in the meantime? They tell you about just one thing from the DEQ. How come they don't tell you how many complaints were made to the DEQ? At the last meeting, the guy said, oh, yeah, there was a complaint to the DEQ, but was it there was two people mentioned it, ADM and Bungie. And they just said, so who was at fault? Well, I don't know about that, but I have come home many a times at night. And if I do the speed limit, which is kind of slow, by the time I get to the end of it, I have to put my windshield wipers on to remove the dust. So they have not been good neighbors. They come in and say they meet all the requirements because about the density, This used to be a thriving neighborhood with 7 streets. It's now going to be reduced now to 1.5 streets. So they're squeezing out, they're paying off the people. Transparency. At this meeting, someone said, at the meeting last week, someone said about the price of houses. And he said, oh, you can go to, it's public record. Public records are $10 in consideration. Are we supposed to believe that that's all they paid was $10? What was the consideration? A handshake and $250,000? This is unfair to the people that are still living there. Do any of you people live between the grain elevators? Would any of you buy between the grain elevators? All these experts come from other places and telling us what they're going to do, which I think most of us don't really know what it is.
Ms. Oquan, your time has expired.
Can I have an extension?
We have a motion by Nikki Dufresne and a second by Holly Fonseca. You have additional 3 minutes.
Okay,
so... Well, we've got to vote. Please cast your vote. That passes.
Okay. All these experts they brought in, I noticed they're from other states. Where's the expert that lives between the grain elevators that has experienced what these people are going through? None of them. I'm all for progress, but like this other lady said too, all these people that are here, they're either employees or they're businesses. These employees will still be there. They'll still have their jobs, hopefully. All these other businesses are not, I'm sure, solely dependent on just Bungie. And you want progress? That's fine. They have destroyed the neighborhood, so now they meet the criteria because it's not dense population. So then they say, we meet the criteria. Well, that's all fine and good. And so it's not good for residential anymore. Either you people buy these people out or make that a consideration that if you change the zoning, they have to buy these people out at a reasonable price. And also, is Bungie going to ask for another tax exemption? Because every time they do something or expand, they come to you for a tax exemption, and they get it pretty much. Whereas, we people as residents don't get it if we want to do something. And that's all I want to say is that, you people are elected, represent these people too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oquan. Please state your name and address for record.
My name is Terry Marisi. I reside at 203 Oak Street, St. Rose, Louisiana. I do have property on River Road in Destrehan, in between those grain elevators. My mother is also a resident there. Let me start by saying, let's stay on task. You've heard about all the good that Bungie does for the community, monetary donations, the jobs that it will bring. But the reason we're here tonight is this buffer zone. The buffer zone is at a 2,000-foot buffer zone. There's a couple questions I have pertaining to that. First, you've been given the SDS safety data sheet for hexane. On page 3, firefighting measures for hexane. Large fires or small fires use foam, carbon dioxide, or dry powder extinguisher. Large fire, use foam to extinguish fires. Water spray should not be used, as hexane is lighter than water and may form pools of burning liquid on top, and keep adjacent containers cool with water spray. We've talked about water tanks, suppression tanks that would spray water if there was ever an event of an explosion, fire, anything at this facility. Nothing about foam. On page 4, accidental release measures. For large spills, accidents happen. They're non-preventable. It says consider, halfway down, large spills, remove ignition source, use non-sparking hand tools, cover spill and cover, and contain spill and cover to possibly reduce evaporation, transfer to a suitable container for mechanical means, take precautions to avoid static discharge by grounding, earthing existing containers, consider initial downwind evacuation for at least 300 meters, which is 1,000 feet. They're asking for a 200-foot buffer. The safety of the residents here is not 200 feet. The SDS data sheet shows you that. The depictions that Mr. Greer pointed out on his 3 additional sites that he compares this site to, there's one difference.
Sir, your time has expired.
Can I have an additional 3?
I have a motion by Mr. Dufresne, a second by Ms. Gordon. Please cast your votes. That passes.
So there's one difference between those 3 depictions that he showed on his examples. The river. There is no barge traffic. That's where the dust comes from. There is no ship traffic. That's where we're complaining about the dust from. So these 3 examples of what he's showing you that are different, they are completely different from what we're going through right now. I was a resident here for over 30 years. I wanted to build a business in between those grain elevators. I applied for a residency to build a residence at 101 Amelia Street. We were told in order to build there in C2 zoning did not allow for my type of business that I would have to build a 10-foot tall concrete or metal wall between my C2 zoning and R1 that is behind me. But yet, they can pretty much get away with anything. I scrapped that idea. Once the new dock expansion was built back in 2017, I wanted to see what our dust would really be like. They promised the best of the best technology. If you were to drive through there at 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night, once DEQ is off and they don't have anybody, going out to check on these sites, it's like fog driving through there. I'm sure if anybody's ever driven through there, you've seen it. This is not in compliance with DEQ regulation. They only get fined if the DEQ agent gets there and sees the violation taking place. That's where we get into that. So everything that they do, they drop us on it at night. My last thing I want to get into is hexane release. In 2021, they released 374,220 pounds of hexane into the atmosphere, I believe. That graph that you have shows the release data on it. I think this is something that we also need to be concerned with.
Sir, your time has expired.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the council. Richard Cortez, 201 St. Charles Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana. I'll try not to be repetitive. It's been a long evening, I know. First, I want to start off by thanking each and every one of you for considering this application. I also do want to especially thank the planning staff for the work that they've undertaken and doing their due diligence as Bunge worked to demonstrate the appropriateness of this project and also to evidence the safety of this project. We work closely with the planning staff, hence the unanimous recommendation of the Planning Commission last week. I want to remind the council that's what's before them is a rezoning application to allow for an oil seed processing facility. This is not a buffer request before you. This is also not an application for a petrochemical processing facility or a petroleum refinery facility. We strongly feel that the Planning Commission was correct in their findings based on the evidence that Bunge presented to the Planning Commission, meeting the 3 criteria. We strongly feel that the project is consistent with the 2022 draft future land use map. Although it's a draft, it is consistent with the trend of the uses in that area. And we also believe, and strongly believe, and I think we've proven that the proposed use is not inconsistent or incompatible with the current uses at that site today, nor will it have a negative impact on the uses that are on that site today. We talked briefly about the economic impact, the 30 jobs that will be created by this expansion, but we haven't spoken enough about the greater economic impact that will be created through the indirect jobs that will be created and the community investment that will be made. So at closing, I would urge and respectfully request that the Parish Council support and approve the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation for approval as a zoning change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cortez.
Evening, everybody. I'm Peter Kramer. I live at 201 Lorraine Street in Destrehan. I live in St. Charles Parish. I work in St. Charles Parish. I enjoy coming home, relaxing outside. I enjoy going on walks. When I moved there, yes, I know there's dust conditions and all this that happen daily from whichever green elevator it comes from. But there's also this horrible odor, a pungent odor, that does come from Bunge whenever there's an east wind blowing. And it's unpleasant to be outside. I feel really sorry for the people that live all the way to the backside of the street, because it's even worse back there than in the middle where I live. So I'm opposed to this Bunge expansion. Please do not let them bring any more hazards into my neighborhood than what already exists. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward and speak?
Good evening. Kurt Olau, 1504 Shadow Ridge, Columbia, Illinois. Just a couple things to clarify here. Ms. Bublitz mentioned the dust violations from 2013 to 2016. Must be noted that those were associated with the prior ship loader. We've heard a lot about dust, the conditions today versus previous, but just know that since that new ship loader has come online, we have not received a violation regarding dust. A couple items to note on NFPA 36. So Mr. Erskine went through the associated standards for our processing plant, and we've heard more about firefighting measures, but just to quote a couple things from NFPA 36, namely the fire protection section, if it loads up. 4.9 is fire protection. So as you can imagine, the National Fire Protection Association would have a section in the NFPA code along the lines of fire protection. So it's an approved water spray, deluge, or foam water system, or a combination of these types of a fixed fire protection system shall be provided to protect the extraction process equipment and structure. So as you may know, we have to follow NFPA 36 as a standard, which does state of 100 feet from the nearest public way or property line that could be built on. As such, Mr. Marshall mentioned fire protection systems as well. These are fixed systems, automatic. We've talked about local fire department response times. These systems act immediately should there be a fire. Fire protection or fire department still responds just to make sure the situation is under control. But at the end of the day, we have automatic sprinkler systems with plenty of water tank storage and foam protection to protect ourselves and our structures and the public. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward?
Yes, my name is John Aker. I live at 224 Carolyn Drive, Destrehan, Louisiana. And previous to buying that house, I actually tried to buy it in the Dust Bowl, but there was actually no housing available. And I actually work at Bungie. And I would have had no problem living there. I know people that live there. I have friends that live there. I had one friend's daughter lived there. She moved out, and another friend lived in the house, and that house is really right at the back of ADM. You know, they talk about all this dust, but when you go over the Lutheran Bridge, the first thing you see all these these barges getting unloaded. Well, that's not Bungie. Bungie's way in the back. That's ADM. When they keep talking about all the dust, do they really know what difference is the dust? Is it ADM's dust or Bungie's dust? I know for a fact Bungie's tried to do everything they can to stop their dust, you know. I don't know about ADM. You know, I don't work at ADM. I know what Bungie has done. They've got sensors on all the bearings and everything to see if it starts overheating, it'll actually alert in the computer in the control room to actually, you know, they'll tell them to go check it. And I've been on this facility several times where we have asked, you know, we see something wrong, like they always say, and you just tell them, and they'll come check it out immediately. They'll stop the whole plant to go fix one problem. So, you know, as far as safety, I would say they're probably top-notch safety. You know, that's just my opinion. I'm just somebody that works there, and the fact that Bungie is United Steelworkers. We're not. It's just, you know, all the employees can be part of United Steel. And with being with the United Steel, it's a union, so you actually have a little bit more power, you know, to say if, you know, have disputes with your employer. So it's not like, you know, we have to say, oh, like me being here tonight, I'm not getting paid to be here. I'm choosing to be here. You know, I mean, everybody thinks, oh, all these Bungie employees, they're all getting paid to be here. I bet none of them are. But they all come here because they want to support Bungie. So, I mean, that should be considered. You know, I mean, how many plants do you see that people come and try to get an expansion? You know, they say we're not in fear for our jobs. Well, we're not, either way. You know, yeah, I may still have my job tomorrow. I may not. I don't know. You know, who knows? But I'm just saying, in general, Bungie has been a great opportunity for people to have jobs and to in this parish. I mean, it's you know, I don't know. It's amazing that, you know, we have a facility that helps people out and actually gives people opportunities. And they're actually going to, not just the employees of Bungie, you're talking about the river crew, all these other businesses connect to this one facility.
Mr. Aker, your time has expired.
All right, thank you.
Danielle Wise, email 21 Shadow Lane, Destrehan, Louisiana. Yes, I live in Destrehan, but I have worked in St. Rose for 30 years. I am also the vice president of Knott's Reserve. And I can say that I pass Bungie twice a day, if not more, and I personally have never had any dust. I've never smelt anything. We have a fleet of our employees' vehicles that are all parked outside. No one has ever had a dust issue. That's, my story. I also believe, yes, that you were elected to represent St. Charles Parish as a whole. And I believe growth in the community with businesses is what St. Charles Parish is about. So with that said, I am for the expansion of Bungie. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Email.
Name's Stephen Hemall. I live at 160 Shirlene Drive in Ponchatoula, Louisiana. I've worked for Bungie for about 3 years. I'm a instrumentation, controls, and electrical engineer. And I've worked for plenty of very big companies, from refineries to chemical plants, and I've never worked for a company that is willing to do things the safest way possible always and not spare a dollar when it comes to, protecting us and protecting the community. All the instrumentations and controls that are going into the new plant, if it gets passed, will be absolutely top of the line, cutting edge. You can't get any better. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward? Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Is there any council discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes for file number. Oh, I'm sorry. They didn't just popped up. All right. Ms. Cluley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank everybody for coming tonight to voice your opinion for and against. Bungie's been an industry in our community for a long time. They've gone through multiple upgrades. The subdivision that's affected mostly by this location, the people have been moving out of that location for decades, I guess, for the most part. There are some people moving in, and I guess it's the price point. When I built my house in Luling 30 years ago, the builder told me if I built the exact same house, because the cost to construct is going to be exactly the same. If I built it on the East Bank, it would be worth $50,000 more just because it's on the East Bank. But that's not where I wanted to live. I wanted to live on the West Bank, and so that's where I chose. The people that lived there, that still live there, that's where they chose to live. I think Bungie has made an effort to buy out the closest homes. They may still be buying out other locations. I don't know. That's, I guess, up to Bungie. There's an opportunity now for our parish, an opportunity to increase in jobs, an opportunity to increase in sales tax, property taxes.
It's not about that.
Bungie is a neighbor, and I hope moving forward they will continue to be a good neighbor for our community. It would be easy for me to say no to this project because the residents are against it, but I have to consider what helps all the residents of our parish. And I think this project, because it increases the job and property taxes, and it'll improve the existing facility. And now green energy is now a big item in our country, and so we have to move forward with green energy. So I think I have to vote in favor of this.
Ms. Belloc?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions. Mr. Albert, R1A to M2. Could they not expand on the R1A?
No, ma'am.
No? So they had to get M2.
Yes, ma'am.
And one of the residents said that, that could it be on the east side? Is it possible of where the plan is now, from where they're trying to build or expand now? Could it be on the east side?
I can't answer that question for the applicant. We just deal with the zoning request that's put in front of us.
Right.
You would have to ask them if it was feasible to build on that side.
Kyle? Is it Kyle? Yeah.
That has been brought up before, and we've discussed that. On the east side of the property, we have rail operations that go on the east side of the property. So we would be unable to do this type of project and footprint on the east side due to the rail operations. That's how the CM pulls rail in and out of the facility, is on the east side.
All right, stay right there. For the residents that asked the question, that I believe that they should get some answers as far as, is there a buyout plan for Lorraine?
As you know, Bungie has been purchasing properties recently, and that's just not recent. That's been going on for many, many years. And again, that was residents in the neighborhood approached Bungie about their homes being purchased, and Bungie has done that. There's been years where we didn't buy homes. But as far as a buyout goes, I can tell you we've operated with a community abutting the property since 1961, since 1967. I understand the issues that have been brought up about 1970, but our facility has gone through many, many upgrades, modernization, and we've operated safely next to this community for decades. We strongly feel that we can operate next to this community going forward with this new facility. Again, we've gotten feedback that it's a nice, quiet neighborhood, and some of the feedback that we've gotten from people is they don't want to leave the neighborhood. We understand their concerns. We hear their concerns. We will address their concerns. There are things that we're doing, again, to update equipment, and I don't mean that just for the fact that we're updating it because of this project. That's stuff that we do on a continual basis, on an annual basis, to upgrade the facility, again, for us, our employees, and our community.
What type of fence are you committing to?
Well, I can tell you it's not just going to be a 6-foot chain link fence, okay? It's been brought up about a wall.
No.
And we're looking at walls, we're looking at nice fence lines. Again, we want something that will separate industrial operations from the residents, provide something that is nice, aesthetically pleasing, make the community look nice, and again, provide that buffer.
What's the industry standard for safety?
I would ask the audience to please to refrain from asking questions.
That's it, thank you.
Ms. Fonseca?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Greer, you indicated tonight and just now that Bungie is willing to enhance the buffer with the fence, the trees, the landscaping. And we heard from a resident who got up here who mentioned that Bungie has committed to that before and it didn't happen. But I think, the council can't mandate that. Only Zoning Board of Adjustment can. And if this is approved tonight, it will go before Zoning Board of Adjustment for that buffer reduction request. So I would ask that you consider, as a sign of good faith, to request that the Zoning Board of Adjustment place that as a stipulation for that request. Sure. If you're very committed to it, it shouldn't be an issue. I think it would, like I said, be a show of good faith to the residents should this pass tonight and it move forward
No
to
problem.
Zoning Board of Adjustment.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Dufresne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm like Ms. Cooley. I want to say thank you to everybody for coming out and saying your piece. This is kind of hard, but I'm going to be honest. You know, when you said who's here to support Bungie, all these guys stood up. Great. But let me go through. You live in Hammond. Next guy, South Carolina. Next guy, Illinois. Next people, Missouri. Your attorney from Baton Rouge. This guy, St. Charles Avenue. How many people live in St. Charles Parish? It came down to 3 or 4 in one subcontractor. Subcontractors came up, Metairie, New Orleans. Where's all the local people? Okay. Well, you know, I mean, let's be honest about it.
No,
you know? I mean,
I
you have no one in management that lives in this area. So, I'm for commerce, and I think we got to keep moving and building things. But if what y'all doing in those people's places isn't that bad, why none of y'all don't live there? One guy said he tried to buy a house there. That's it. And that would be great because he'd be able to walk to work. See what I mean? That's it. So that's mind-boggling to me that you keep saying local, 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 and everybody's from all over. So I don't know. It makes it hard. It really does, because my heart goes out to these poor people who have houses that if someone said their family's been there hundreds of years. So, you know, you put this new, you said you're going to put metal and clad it, and it's going to help with the dust. Can you commit to those people that it's going to help with the dust? Is it really going to help with the dust? Or if it isn't, can you do something to help them with the dust?
Sure. First of all, yes, I'm from Hammond, okay? And I would love to live closer to work. You know, I make a long commute every day.
We have great subdivisions here.
No doubt. I have 3 young kids.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great education, too.
I need to live next to well, my wife has a business in Hammond, and I need to live next to in-laws, if you know what I mean, with 3 young kids. But as far as the upgrades that we're doing in the facility, yes. Again, as Ms. Bubba stated, we have to go get an EPA air permit, and we have to show that we are going to have a net negative impact on the perimeter of our boundary, right, for the EPA permit. But I can tell you that this cover extension that we talked about, again, that will fully enclose, and that was something that Bungie was already considering prior to even this project. Again, to upgrading the facility for the betterment of not only us but the community. So, yes, that is something that we are doing, and it will benefit. The ship dock, you know, that was done in 2015 when the construction of the ship dock started. And that was to better the operation for not only us, but the community. And that was a significant investment done by Bungie in 2015 for the ship dock. Okay. A $200+ million project. And now we're considering another $775 million project in the parish.
All right. Now let's get to this. Gentleman pulled up information that homes were purchased for $10 or cash in hand. What's the deal with that? Because in the long run, if he can sell his house, that kills his comps. You see what I mean? If the people across the street sold their house on record for $10 and he wants $100,000 or $150,000 or $200,000, how's he going to pull a comp?
I understand. And that is nothing new in the real estate sector. It's a private cash sale between seller and buyer, and that is something that the seller agreed to. And I can tell you that fair market value appraisals have all been used. I don't personally handle the real estate transactions. I've talked to several people, and I hand them to the real estate team that handles those transactions. But again, they're happy with what they've received, but it's a private cash sale, and that is agreed between the seller and the purchaser.
Okay. Let's see. All right. Excuse 1 second. Michael. So what would be the difference in the M2 and the M3? And the gentleman asked a good question. If it's M2, can a refinery build on it later on?
Sure. M2 or M3 is exclusionary only towards grain elevator activities, right? They're going to have offices there too, right? But you wouldn't require any office associated with it to be in that M3. That office could be in a C1 or C2 that was next to it. The refining process is separate. It could exist distinctly from the grain elevator operations. I mean, the transport may be different, but it could exist differently, and it falls squarely under the chemical and processing aspects of M2 heavy manufacturing. The question about petrol, the answer offhand is no, because the industry standards for that type of refining would be different and would require a different buffer. So the whole conversation would be restarted. They couldn't get something permitted there because they would have to straighten out the buffer requirements for petrol, right? So it would go back to 2,000 foot and they wouldn't be able to build it there. So that question would have to be brought up and answered again. So it's possible, but immediately the answer is no.
Okay, next question. If this passes tonight and it goes to the ZBA and they vote the buffer down, what happens then?
Then the applicant has M2 property that they can use for not the proposed use.
Okay.
Can I just make a point real quick? Again, this misconception around refining, we are not.
I understand what it is. I just want to make clarification.
Because that's been brought up
I know
again.
you're not,
This
you
is
know,
not-
you say every now and then y'all say green energy and stuff, so that's where people are getting, even though you came out and said there's no biodiesel.
Yes, sir.
And I understand it. It's not like you come in with putting a coke cracker or something like that
Yes, sir.
there. I get it. So, okay, I just would like to see y'all committed because, you know, I went out there twice, right, to visit with people, and I went out another time on my own. And it's noisy, and my gray truck had dust. I'm just being honest. It did. So you can't say there's no dust. You cannot, because I don't live there, but I know when I went there on my 2 visits, I had dust on my truck. So I would like to see you guys keep saying y'all good neighbors and y'all did all of the stuff, but I've never once seen, when I opened the Herald Guide, something about Bungie handing out school bags, and I'm not saying you have to, but you keep saying you're a good neighbor, but I don't see that. I see Shell, Valero, Bear, all of those doing stuff a lot of times. And y'all might not be in that same ballpark, but y'all pretty close. You're in the same zip code. You know, I mean, look, we need commerce. We get it. We do. But you also have to think about those poor people who are stuck in those houses. Because even though you say you can buy them for fair market, well, they might have got in those houses when the interest rate was 2 or 3%. Now it's 7.5%, okay? And then what you're going to give them from those houses, they're not going to be able to find a house in this parish at that rate for that amount. So they're kind of stuck. Whether you want to say it, I want to say it, anybody, those people are pretty much stuck, okay? So if they're going to be stuck, just be a good neighbor to them. Follow through on what you say, you know? Follow through. I don't know what you're going to plant tree-wise because it's going to take forever to grow. You might have to get bamboo. I don't know. I'm not, you know, you guys are in agriculture. Y'all should be able to look that up. But you just be a good neighbor because I think y'all fall short on that. You really do. But I appreciate y'all coming here and giving us a presentation and doing everything. And I appreciate the people who came, who live there. And I really feel for you guys. I do. I do. So, thanks.
Ms. Gordon?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Gear, did I understand correctly that the barges will be closed when unloading, so that would help the dust?
So when the barges enter what's considered our barge slips, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's where they get unloaded. And when we say enclosed, it's the whole structure that encompasses the barge unloader. It's fully enclosed. It happens inside of a building, if you will.
Okay.
And that's the way the one is today, except the one today, we're extending the upriver end of it.
Okay.
As we unload the barge comes upriver. And that's what we're extending on the cover and fully enclosing that.
Okay, all right. And one question for Mr. Albert. So the information that one of the residents gave us in reference to the ordinance, the M3 heavy manufacturing, so this moving to M2 does not apply as far as the 1 mile buffer between M3 and the residential? So it doesn't apply?
M3 zoning has a 1 mile buffer around
Okay.
it. So in order to place new M3 zoning in the parish, you functionally couldn't right now.
Mm-hmm.
The property adjacent to it, they're requesting M2, which has a 2,000-foot buffer that can be reduced by the Board of Adjustment.
Okay.
Just very separate issues on those two things.
Okay.
Ms. Belloc.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment to make to you, Mr. Kyle. In St. Rose, we have a plant that's IMTT that our residents deal with a lot. Just like these residents here that's in that dust bowl that they call. So we have residents on 4th Street in Crespo that's right next to IMTT. And this is what IMTT did. Their buffer zone, they put a lot of bamboo, right? And when they did that, they also installed an air quality monitoring system in the back of Preston Hollow subdivision. So the people would know what was dispersed and how much of it was dispersed. They would be able to go onto their computer system right in their house to check on it, to see exactly what's going on. That's what's installed in St. Rose through through DEQ. I believe it's DEQ, Department of Quality, Air Control, whatever. Yeah. So it's an air monitoring system. That might be a good thing to put up for your residents so they could see what's happening, because evidently they don't believe you. You know, you say you're within your guidelines and they say you're not. So put up an air monitoring system so they can know exactly what's being dispersed and how much, and to make sure that you're within your guidelines.
Yes, ma'am. I hear you. I'm not familiar with what IMTT has. I will certainly look into it. But again,
Air monitoring system.
there's another site right next to us as well.
Air.
I would like to say as well that I took note at the beginning of this discussion, and it was 6:48, and now we have it 9:12. I'm impressed from everybody, the dedication and effort put into your discussions, whether you're for or against, and so I just want to say I appreciate that. So any more council discussion? All right. Please cast your votes for file number 2022-0289 as amended. And that motion passes with Councilman Dufresne voting no. I'd also like to take a 5-minute break. Can we do that? All right. Do we need to vote? Ready? Welcome back. Ordinances scheduled for public meeting, introduced at a previous meeting. Item number 2022-0284, an ordinance approving and authorizing the execution of the contract with Dynamic Group LLC for St. Charles Parish West Bank Library Hurricane Ida repairs, project number LR 211105, in the amount of $1,152,002.34. Mr. Dewey.
Thank you, Council. This is just the construction contract for the repairs for the West Bank Regional Library. As you know, the back part of the library was damaged pretty severely during the hurricane. We did a bid, and this is the lowest bidder. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer, and the architect's here also if you have any questions.
File number 2022-0284 is now open for public hearing. If there's anyone who would like to come forward and speak regarding this item, please do so now. State your name and address for the record. You will have 3 minutes. Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Any council discussion? Okay. Ms. Cluley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is all of this covered by insurance?
Yes.
Mr. Dufresne.
Darren, is this the one by Lakewood that the roof had to be redone?
Roof had to be redone, the wall fell down.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Okay, please cast your votes for file number 2022-0284. And that passes unanimously. File number 2022-0288, an ordinance approving and authorizing the execution of change order number 1 for St. Charles Parish Courthouse second floor renovation, project number GBCH0518, to increase the contract amount by $256,228 and increase the contract time by 14 days. Mr. Dewey.
Good. Thank you again. This ordinance is a change order number 1, St. Charles Parish Courthouse second floor renovation. So as you know, the project as bid provided for the removal of one column in courtroom 190, but did not provide for the removal of the column in courtroom 182. Chief Justice, for security reasons, believes that this is necessary to have this column removed for security in the courtroom. It was also pointed out that the original low bid and resulting contract of $6,179,000 was below the budgeted amount of $6,600,000, so it still would be within the original budget. And we do agree that that due to security and safety reasons, the column should be removed. And we have the architect and design team here if you have any questions or say a few things.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. Joey Murray, Murray Architects, 13760 River Road in Destrehan. As it was stated, the plans were bid to provide for the removal of one column. During the construction, the matter was discussed amongst the owner and the officers of the court. 3 options were determined. Those options were to allow the construction continue with no change, allowing the column in 182 to stand. The other thing that we did in order to get the right dollars in cost was we asked the contractor to provide us with a deductive change order or a deduct of so many dollars to leave the column in the second courtroom, which is courtroom 190. And that number turned out to be $291,000 that they were going to give back to us if we left that column in place that was called for when the plans were bid. Then what we're recommending today with option 3 is to remove that second column in courtroom 182. And the price to do that came in at a lower number than to give back a credit, and that number was $256,000. We think that is the right thing to do. We think the cost is reasonable, and because of court security, we recommend that option. And I have any questions. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
File number 2022-0288 is now open for public hearing. If there's anyone who would like to come up and speak regarding this item, please do so now.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, members of the council. My name is Tim Marcel. I currently preside
As judge for Division E of the 29th Judicial District, I also serve as the court's chief judge. I want to restate my gratitude to this council, to the administration for undertaking this project. It will make the courthouse here serviceable, fully serviceable for the judicial system for St. Charles Parish for the decades to come. I'm also appreciative of the parish president for introducing this ordinance for the change order, as having a floor-to-ceiling pylon in the middle of the courtroom would present a significant security concern as it obstructs the field of vision, not only for the presiding judge to see the gallery, for the litigants, but also for court security to be able to see what is happening in the courtroom as proceedings are taking place. And I ask for your support of this ordinance. Thank you very much. And I'll answer any questions that you might have. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Judge.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the council. Joel Chasson, St. Charles Parish District Attorney. I concur with everything the judge said. I would like to thank the council for this project in the first place, the administration for it as well, and for agreeing to accept our request that the column that remains is going to be removed. I think it would be a significant security issue, and I think the right thing to do is to approve the change order and have the column removed. So I'm here in support of that. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that'd like to come forward? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Any council discussion? Mr. Dufresne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, so this was 2018 is when this was drawn up?
The plans were begun in 2018, and it was for a multi-stage construction project. That multi-stage construction project was speeded up because of the aftermath of Hurricane Ida. After Hurricane Ida hit, we only had scheduled for the first portion of the work to be done. But in the aftermath of Hurricane Ida, it became evident that we could parlay the damages that the system that the council was going to receive from the insurance companies, and rather than have the courthouse vacated in portion, have the courthouse vacated completely and do all of these phases all at one time. So the plans were accelerated, and the second, subsequent, and third phases were all added together after the hurricane and then placed out for bid.
Okay. So plans were for one courtroom to have a column taken out, but when this courtroom, the plans were the column was omitted.
In the bid documents, that is correct. The column in one of the courtrooms was removed, and the bid documents, the column was not removed. And had the plans had that column removed,
hold up, sir. Hold up. Hold up. So what was the price to take the one column out of the courtroom? Because a lot of times in construction, prime example, the first causeway built was more than the second.
Yes.
Because a lot of times when you're going to do something over again, you could do it cheaper than you could. It's cheaper to do two things of the same concept as it is to do one, because you're going to charge people more because you're going to bring people in and all. But if you have all of them there at one time, so what was the cost to remove the column the first time?
You're absolutely correct, and that's why we went to the contractor first, and we said, Mr. Contractor, we want a credit to leave the column in place. And they came back with a price of $295,000. When we first asked them what it was going to cost to take out the second column, the price was a lot higher. After they realized that we had the option to either leave the column that was bid to have it taken out, and they had to give back those funds because we could go back and extrapolate those dollars. They gave us true numbers, and to leave the column in place that was bid, they would give back $291,000. To take out the second column, which is not part of the bid, the price came in at only $256,000. So we think we got a fair value for that price.
That's fair. That's a lot of money to take out a column. That's a
the
lot of money
superstructure-
to take out a column. I understand it's a structure, but that's $256,000 is a lot of money. I mean, we're not talking $25,000, we're talking $256,000.
That's right.
That's a
why
lot of
we
money,
wanted
and
to
it doesn't
develop-
matter if we're under budget or not. So who caught that? Like, was it someone for the parish? Was it Judge Marcel? I mean, somewhere the ball was dropped. Did the contractor say, hey, look, we're taking out a column in this courthouse, but we're not taking one out in this one? And then guess what? And when you guys say, oh, well, we need to take that column out, we're done. Hate to say this, but we're bent over the barrel. We're done. They can come up with any price they want because it's going to be a change order. And whether you get them to do it line item or not, they're swinging for the fences. They're swinging for the fences. So every time we have a change order, it's the same deal. So either we're not communicating properly to the architect or the engineer, or when the architect or the engineer turns in their papers, someone in their plans, someone in the parish doesn't have the wherewithal to look through it and say, you know what, we're missing this. That's not what we wanted, or this is what we wanted, but we didn't want it built this way. So somewhere there was an error. There's an error because a column was omitted, okay? That's how I feel. So, Mr. Wu, a vote of yes or no on this tonight, does that affect any potential for recovery of funds later on for evaluated?
No, it does not.
Thank you. Thank you. We might have to look into that.
Thank you.
Any other council discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes for file number 2022-0288. And that passes with Mr. Dufresne voting no. File number 2022-0290, an ordinance approving and authorizing the execution of professional services agreement with the Fairway Consulting and Engineering LLC to perform engineering services for the Kindler Lift Station replacement, project number S220801, in the not-to-exceed amount of $208,859. Mr. DeGeneres.
Yes, ma'am. This is a lift station on Kindler Drive. It's a dry pit station. The dry pit is starting to rust out, and it's actually becoming a wet pit, so it's interfering with the controls and stuff inside the dry pit, so we're recommending a replacement of this station. So this is the design service to move forward with that.
Okay, thank you. File number 2022-0290 is now open for public hearing. If there's anyone who would like to come forward and speak regarding this item, please do so now. Please state your name and address and record. You will have 3 minutes. Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Any council discussion? Seeing none, please. Oh, delays. Sorry, guys. Ms. Cluley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the design is approximately $200,000, what's the construction?
The estimate is around $800,000. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Please cast your votes for file number 2022-0290. And that passes unanimously. Persons to address the council. File number 2022-0301. Ms. Charmaine Freelou Wallace, rezoning of 10467 River Road, Ama, Louisiana, to previous zoning RA1M residential and mobile homes. Permit to remove Ida sheltering camper to a FEMA mobile home. You will have 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Thank you for finally getting to me. You're welcome. But, well, first of all, I want to address that Mr. Albert said that it was commercial at 10467 River Road. The last time that I even attended, the first and last time I attended the council meeting was somewhere in the 90s. And that's when we were someone was trying to get a mobile home in. And that's when they had designated Griffin, Amelia, and Allen as residential and mobile homes. So basically, the only places in AMA that wasn't mobile homes was Kennedy Street, but they still do have mobile homes because they were grandfathered in, and Sellers. So Sellers does not have mobile homes. So I don't know how it became commercial property. That's the point of me saying all this. I don't know what happened there. And as far as AMA being commercial or the River Road being commercial, it's not feasible. And a feasibility study should have been done. We have two businesses in AMA, a gas station and a little grocery store. The gas station, basically gas, beer, alcohol like that, sustains it, chips, things like that. Some of the plant workers stop there. Personally, I go there for my lottery. The AMA store is basically what sustains them is the breakfast and their lunch. You know, they serve that to the plant workers, the truckers, things like that. They used to be open 7 days a week. Now they're closing on Sundays, and sometime on Saturday they close, sometime early, and sometime they don't open at all, or close really early. The gas station, which is Birdie's, they close now early on Sundays. AMA does not have that volume of traffic to sustain commercial property. It also is only one way in and one way out, which is not safe. It does not have a throughway to 90 like the East Bank have a throughway to Airline. Yeah, several. So, I mean, if anything ever really happens, you're kind of stuck. You either have to go this way or go back, go all the way to South Kenner to go to 90, or go to Barton to go to 90. That's that with the commercial. Also, like she was the lady from the bungee thing, you know, we moved to that address in 1965 after Betsy. So I stayed there 12 years, and then I went to San Diego for 5 years. But after that, the rest of that time, I've been in AMA, from either this place to that place to this place. At 10467 River Road, I've been head of household there for 28 years. Displaced by Ida, stayed in Florida a month. That was really scary, to be displaced, not knowing that you have somewhere to go. Then we stayed in Gonzales for 6 months and drove the children to AMA to catch the school bus every day. That's commitment. So I have been there a long time. And so FEMA had offered me a mobile home. And when they called planning and zoning, they identified the property as being a flood zone, which is not. So when the FEMA man came to measure the property, he measured different trailers in the area, how far back they were from the street, things like that. So I know he saw it wasn't flood property. And AMA is one of the highest point in St. Charles Parish. We also have levee protection. So that was an incorrect thing. So now I've been, I wrote to President Jewell. Jennifer was trying to help me, Miss Crisp. I lost my brother today. He was in a nursing home. He wanted to come home to pass, but I live in a camper, so I couldn't bring him there. There's already 4 people there. And I feel like this really should not have occurred. It's enough land. It may be prime land that people may want. I didn't realize I was talking that much. But it is family land. I have land use of the land, and I feel like I should be able to put a mobile home there. I'm working with Restore to try to get the house repaired. And so I would like additional minutes.
Okay. We have a motion by Ms. Cluley and a second by Ms. Gordon. Please cast your vote. And that passes.
Okay, thank you. And it's just basically though, and even as far as the front of the property, like they was trying to, the front by River Road, they was trying to make commercial. They have mobile homes on Anna Street, which is by the Grand Elevator, on Anna Street, Crooked R, Johnson, and Petite, which is by the Parish line. They just recently put a trailer behind a home. Miss Audrey Zarang, they just placed the trailer there. They placed the FEMA trailer on Vidal Street. That was family owned. They placed the trailer on Trish Street. They tore down a house and put a mobile home there. So I'm just asking that I be given the opportunity to get a better standard of living, because inside the camper, the bed is by the propane tank. So if you get too close to it, you're like this, like that. And so my grandbaby sleeps with me, so I have to pull her at night down from it, so because she starts crying, and I know that's what is occurring with her. And my daughter and the son, they sleep on the bunk bed that has the water heater under it. So the maintenance man said that takes the oxygen too. So you have the propane tank and the oxygen, and the water heater. And the maintenance man, when he come, he said, well, this is not meant for living. And I'm like, well, yeah, but we have to have something. And if I get a mobile home, then that can be used for Florida. Because now they're at that point where we just want to get home and be close to home. So the camper was a welcome sight. But now we have been offered a mobile home, a better standard of living until the house is redone or whatever happens to it. And that's what I'm asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace.
I think that's it.
Are you finished?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's it. That's basically it. And I just pray, like
Ms.
the pastor that was here today, he said a good thing, and I just.
All right, thank you. Ms. Belloc.
Mr. Albert, as far as this mobile home, can you explain to us why it can't have a mobile home there?
From a regulatory standpoint, it's simple. It's zone C2. It's not a permitted use in C2. And even during emergency housing, we allowed campers and non-permanent buildings anywhere in the parish. Mobile homes, even as temporary housing, were fully permitted in the parish to all standards, just as a safety precaution. So they weren't treated any differently. Mobile homes were not allowed in any zoning district where they were not otherwise permitted to be in.
We can't do a waiver?
No, ma'am.
That's why I'm asking for the rezoning, because the C2 does not apply. And like they said with land use, all of River Road, it's where in AMA, it's mobile homes, and the two businesses. So I don't know where the C2 even came in at. I don't understand how it came there, because they didn't come to me and say it and address it with me. So how do you get a C2 zoning when previously it was residential and mobile homes, which is the area where it is?
What can you do to help, Mr. Albert?
In this instance, if we're specifically talking about 10467, the only thing that could be done would be to rezone the property through planning commission and then the council. Is that structure, is the building still there?
It is.
It is?
The home is still there, yes.
Okay. Even if it were rezoned to R1 AM to permit a mobile home, because there's already a structure there, I do not think that from the size requirements.
Size is quite large. It's 1/4 acre.
It
I
would-
have the
There's a calculation that's made on how many mobile homes you can have, and you have to get up to,
Sir, there's a house with a mobile home like 3 feet next to it. It is, lot at aim of fronting on River Road, a measure of 1/2 arpent by 225 inches depth. Less part solar, Elwood LaBeouf, and 31/289 measure 50 times 96. But it's almost a fourth of an acre.
Ms. Wallace, did you hear what he said? That you'd have to get the property rezoned?
That's part of the thing.
Right.
That's part of what I'm asking here today. It's for the rezoning.
No, you can't ask us for the
Can't rezone.
rezoning. You got to go through
Planning and zoning.
planning and zoning.
I mean, whatever I need to do,
That's what you need to
I'm
do.
willing to do it.
That's what you need to do.
And how do I do that?
you'll need to come into our office. Have you spoken with Marnie previously?
With whom?
Marnie.
That's the lady?
Mhm.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe that's the one that told FEMA it was a flood zone. I'm not sure. I was calling her Danielle, but it may be Marnie. I'm not sure.
Regardless of that, you would have to put in an application to go to the Planning Commission for that. Additional dwelling units in R1A require 7,000 square feet beyond the base. So it requires fairly large properties to put more than one home on there. I just want you to be aware.
But there's one on Trish Street that I wish you would go, because there's the house, and there's the FEMA, that's the mobile home right behind it. So it's literally like less than this table. So you can't have different rules for different people, and that's what is occurring with me. And while I get that's a prime property, I plan on leaving it to my children, just like you want to leave your children something. So, but this area, the land is basically from here past that.
Ma'am, your time has expired.
Oh, hold on, I'm sorry. Okay. So I need to go to the planning and zoning and speak with you guys and fill out an application. I just need you to come and ride down that way, please, if you can. If you can get a chance. All right, that's it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Resolutions, 2022-0297, a resolution endorsing a waiver from Appendix C, subdivision regulations of 1981, Section 3, Geometric Standard C, Lots 1, size, and A, corner lot requested by Evelyn Labatt-Schuist. All right. File number 2022-0297 is now open for public comment.
Do you want?
Oh, I'm
do you
sorry,
want a break?
Mr. Albert.
That's all right.
I'm sorry.
Might be tired of him.
Terrible.
Thank you. This is a minor subdivision action. Normally, it could be a lot line adjustment, but because of the shape of the properties, it requires a waiver. The staff, in reviewing this, found some improvements that could be done, a better arrangement for the lots. The applicant agreed to that, updated the plans, and the commission approved the proposed layout. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Albert. Now, file number 2022-0297 is now open for public comment. If there's anyone who would like to speak, please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Brent Schwest. I'm at 99 Shamrock Drive in Bygosh. I'm the applicant's son, so I just want to thank you for your consideration and to let you know that she's here and available to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Is there any council discussion? Oh, seeing none, public comment is closed. Is there any council discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Sorry, again. Councilman Cluley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are there two different families living in these two dwellings, or is this not two dwellings? Or do you know?
I don't know on that. I only know about the property lines. We don't
Oh.
ask.
All right, so it's just an adjustment of property lines?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, never mind.
Mr. Dufresne.
Thank you. Same family, two houses. Was a store at one time, converted to a house. Miss Evelyn needs the end of that property to make a driveway to get to her house in the back. But, so it's both of hers.
Is there any other council discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes for file number 20220297. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. File number 20220298, a resolution to approve and authorize the execution of cooperative endeavor agreement between the state of Louisiana and St. Charles Parish for funding to complete the Des Allemands Bulkhead Phase 1 Planning and Construction Project. Facility Planning and Control Project number 50-J45-21-01. Ms. Chasson.
Thank you. St. Charles Parish has been awarded capital outlay funding from the state of Louisiana, and that is for the Des Allemands Bulkhead Phase 1 project. The first allocation that they have awarded to us is $825,000. We're hoping that they're going to put some additional funds to it through the next capital outlay cycle, and also we're hoping to couple some disaster recovery funds from IDA with this to complete this project. So your approval is needed for the parish to accept these funds.
File number 2022-0298 is now open for public comment. If there's anyone who would like to come forward and speak regarding this item, please do so now. State your name and address for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Seeing none, public comment is closed. Any council discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote for file number 20220298. And that passes unanimously. File number 2022-099, a resolution supporting the application for funding of the Water Meter Replacement Project, Phase 4, through the Louisiana Office of Community Development's FY 2022-2023 Community Water Enrichment Fund. Ms. Chasson.
Thank you. The state has opened their Community Water Enrichment Fund program for applications. They've allocated $170,000 to each parish in Louisiana for eligible projects. The last few years, we've applied for the water meter replacement project, so we're going to continue that effort. In this, we're requesting to apply these funds to purchase 500 water meters in Luling and Ama.
File number 2022-2099 is now open for public comment. If there's anyone who would like to come forward and speak regarding this item, please do so now. Please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. Seeing none, public comment is closed. Any council discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes for file number 2022-0299. And that passes unanimously. File number 2022-0300, a resolution supporting the application for funding of the Destrehan 2 Pump Station Improvements Project through the Louisiana Office of Community Development's FY 2022-2023 Local Governments Assistant Program. Ms. Chasson.
Thank you. This is another state program, and they have allocated $180,000 to each parish in Louisiana for an eligible project. We are going to request that these funds be applied to the Destrehan 2 Pump Station Improvement Project. So your support is needed on a resolution for the application. Thank you.
File number 2022-0300 is now open for public comment. If there's anyone who would like to come forward and speak regarding this item, please do so now. Please state your name and address for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Seeing none, public comment is now closed. It's public. Is there any council discussion?
Carla, quick question. So the money is being allocated to Destrehan, number 2 pump station. So how was it determined it went to them instead of any other areas, that's having drainage issues?
So, part of the local government assistance program requirements is that we only have, it's an annual program, and we can only have 2 awards open at one time. So what we want to do is line up the funding. When this money comes in, it's expected to be awarded to the parish sometime mid next year. And that's also when we expect this project to be ready to go to construction. So because there's the requirement that we can only have 2 open at once, we want to make sure that we use this funding as soon as possible. We did explore other options with the government buildings project for next year, but we ended up going with the public works project.
Is there any additional council discussion? Please cast your votes for file number 2022-0300. And that passes unanimously.
Thank you.
I would entertain a motion to suspend council rule number 1 to extend the meeting past 10 p.m. to complete the agenda. I have a motion by Mr. Gibbs and a second by Ms. Fonseca. Please cast your votes. And that passes unanimously. Appointments, 2022-0249, a resolution appointing a member of the River Parishes Tourist Commission representing St. Charles Parish Council. Council will confirm nomination to the River Parishes Tourist Commission to fill the vacancy created by the expiration of the term of Mr. Garrett Monty, a 4-year term to begin October 31st, 2022 and expire October 31st, 2026. The nominee is Mr. Noble Benoit. A motion is not needed. Please cast your vote to confirm appointment of Mr. Noble Benoit to the River Parishes Tourist Commission representing St. Charles Parish Council. And that passes unanimously. Meetings, announcements, notices, etc. Meetings, Board of Adjustment, ZBA, Thursday, October 20th, 2022, 6 p.m., Council Chambers. Housing Authority, Tuesday, October 25th, 2022, 6 p.m., Council Chambers. Hospital Service District Number 1, Wednesday, October 26th, 2022, 2 p.m., Council Chambers. Lafourche Basin Levy District, Wednesday, November 2nd, 2022, 6 p.m., Lafourche Basin Levy District Office, 12380 Highway 20, Vacherie. Planning and Zoning Commission, Thursday, November 3rd, 2022, 6 p.m., Council Chambers. Legislative Committee, Monday, 11/7/22, 5 p.m., Council Chambers. Discussion regarding redistricting. St. Charles Parish Council, Monday, November 7th, 2022, 6 p.m., Council Chambers. Announcements. Public hearings to consider proposed 2023 capital and consolidated operating budget. Wednesday, November 1st, 2022, 9 a.m. Tuesday, November 1st at 9 a.m. Thursday, November 3rd, 2022, 1 p.m. Monday, November 7th, 2022, 6 p.m. Please note that there will be a 3-week lapse between council meetings. The next regular council meeting will be held Monday, November 7th, 2022. Important dates for the November 8th, 2022 election. Tuesday, October 18th, 2022, last day to register to vote online at govote.com. Friday, November 4th, 2022, last day to request absentee by mail ballots. Early voting, Tuesday, October 25th, Saturday through October 29th, 2022. Monday, October 31st, 2022, and Tuesday, November 1st, 2022, 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. West Bank Courthouse, 15045 River Road, Hawnville. East Bank Arterbury Building, 14564 River Road, New Sarpy. Monday, November 7th, 2022, last day for registrar to receive voted absentee ballot. Tuesday, November 8th, 2022, Election Day, 6 a.m. till 8 p.m. Adjournment. A motion is needed and a second for adjourning. I have a motion by Ms. Belloc and a second by Ms. Fonseca. Please cast your votes to adjourn. And that passes unanimously. Please have a great evening. We are officially adjourned.